Computer in the tech room is straight. That I'm able to live stream.
Can you guys hear me? Testing, testing. Hello. I can't see or hear you guys yet. Hey. I can't hear or see you. Yeah, I think, oh, there we go. Join as panelist. There we go. Now I can see. Yep. Hold on one sec. I'm gonna put the phone down and see if I can hear you. Can you guys hear me?
No.
You can't hear me?
No.
Still nothing? Oh, I can hear you now.
Oh, you can? What are you doing, John?
I did unmute you on your computer.
Did my computer start the meeting? I think. I should always be that.
Do you need to turn the
Can't hear him.
Do you need to turn the volume up on the council computer? How's that?
Is there volume up? Is our volume on the council computer? Nothing should come through my laptop. I'm just a handler. I just do the power.
Yeah, it is.
It's up.
1, 2, 3. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I can hear you guys loud and clear now.
He can hear us, we just can't hear.
That's at least an improvement.
Three of you. You think I just jinxed it?
I do.
I think I can hear him.
How's that? Can you hear me now?
Hey, Eric, can you talk?
Yeah, yep. How about now? Can you guys hear me now? Anything? Testing, testing?
I can hear you, sir, on my computer. 25 and it's all been pretty good.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I told me.
Yeah.
They're off. Let me see if I can hear him the other room.
Okay. Keep talking.
The day before, but.
How about now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, well.
Still talking, still talking. Anybody listening? Hello, hello.
Don, did you hear him in there?
Anyway. Grandson,
Did you hear him in there?
TJ.
Hello, hello. Testing, testing.
Well, you know, and the dog is feeling voted.
Times for seniors. For high school seniors, never have been recognized as a top football player. Based on playing the field academic and community service.
Seagull athlete,
Do the TJ was one of them, so.
there's nothing better than this.
Try to talk.
Can you guys hear me now? How's this?
Not my laptop, but I'd love for you to.
And he's interested in being an attorney, so I don't know.
Testing,
Oh,
testing.
no,
1, 2,
He
3.
had gone to the lowest time.
Hello.
You can hear us.
Yeah.
Told me to leave and relaunch the meeting, see if I can just do it again.
What I wanna know is it something we're saying, it's something to do.
Good, are you sitting this side now? Because Jennifer's not here, so that's why I. No, it doesn't matter.
You can hear.
What do you want, where do you want to sit? I thought you normally sat there, but I guess not.
Well,
No,
I am sure I am not muted.
Oh, like one over
Yeah, well, no one moved over one because it's gonna be,
here?
yes, I know, but usually Jim sits
It
there.
usually sits here, I sit.
Just hear me.
It's here, so I moved.
So. My question, you would be like, sit next to me, King.
I like to. Far away.
No, that's okay.
That's.
Right.
Well, we put placard up, wow.
It's sort of like, you know, in high school, when you're not assigned a seat and the kids choose one seat and then they don't, it's there. I never want to move,
Even though I'm not beside seat.
even though it's not assigned. Especially when
Autumn, you want me to call Peter real quick? I have his cell phone number. Okay, thanks, bye.
I'm joking.
Well, I'd like to be next to you, Roger, and I'm not joking.
Oh.
No.
Can you guys hear me now? Anything? How about now? Anything? Hello, hello? Nothing.
Okay, Peter's on my computer now.
All right.
Is Peter texting you?
Yes.
Yeah, that one. So Peter's on now. He's trying to figure it out.
I told him we can't hear anyone on Zoom from Chambers.
Yeah. You can hear Eric back there.
Testing. Hello.
Can't hear that conversation.
It's just one way.
Dan Bacon phone line, so I know he's gonna want to talk.
Should I stay down here and be the test guy for a minute?
Peter's, I think. Are you talking to Peter right now?
Yeah.
Peter's on it.
He said it looks like the PC is set up correctly. Have I talked to John about it?
Yeah, I mean, he's here trying to figure it out. Is there something on the wall that needs to be done? No. Really don't feel like having another phone conversation.
I have this time I actually do have the meeting ID and call-in number. Although that probably wouldn't help.
What do you mean?
Like if someone wanted to like call into the Zoom meeting, but
I don't know.
yeah.
Does the mic have to be on for this or anything? Okay, he's still just messing around.
Join his pan.
Trying stuff.
Okay.
You talking to Peter right now, Eric?
He's messaging me on the Google chat thing.
You want him to go into additional? Mm-hmm. A weird streaming error last time we had. No. Oh. Oh. Okay. Okay. You can go ahead and come down here.
All right, I'll be right up.
Okay, thanks.
Yep, bye.
The regular meeting of the Scarborough Planning Board, Tuesday, February 20th, will come to order. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Yeah.
Thank you. Before we begin, we have some items that have been tabled. Item 4.02 AR Building is tabled. Item 4.7 Benton Ove Holdings is tabled. And item 4.10 Remedy Medical Partners is tabled. If any of you are here to comment on any of those, they will return to us in another meeting or so. Doreen, please call the roll.
James Hebert,
Here.
Rick King,
Here.
Roger Beely,
Here.
Rachel Hendrickson,
Here.
Noah Perlet,
Here.
and Bennett Fernandez.
Here.
Jen Ladd is absent today. So in her absence, Noah Perlet will be voting. Just to let you know, when we had a much heavier agenda, we set up March 4th as a meeting time, a tentative meeting time, just in case we were going over and we're not going to be able to hear some of the applications. I don't know at this point whether we're going to go over or not, but if there's somebody left when we hit 10 o'clock, we do not take anything new past 10 o'clock. We will hold that meeting on the 4th. With any luck, we will be able to help all of you tonight, and we will clear the table. So next item is the approval of the minutes. Do I hear a motion?
So move, Madam Chair.
And a second?
Second.
Rick King and Roger Beely. Are there any other? Seeing no concerns, no changes. Please, Doreen, call the roll.
James Hebert,
Yes.
Rick King,
Yes.
Roger Beely,
Yes.
Rachel Hendrickson,
Yes.
and Noah Perlet.
Yes.
Thank you. Item 4.01, the planning board will conduct a public hearing on proposed amendments to the zoning ordinance. The amendments would allow existing lodging uses to be converted to multifamily units in the B2 zoning district and add performance standards for such uses. This proposal comes to the board from the Scarborough Housing Alliance. Eric?
I'm actually gonna let Autumn do this one.
This is actually me and I have a presentation, but now my laptop doesn't work. So we're gonna wing it. This is a public hearing that comes to you before the Housing Alliance. They actually started this ordinance in August of 2022. And through several iterations and meetings with staff, they created the draft ordinance that's before you. And what they were really looking for is an opportunity to create housing options, affordable housing options with potential hotel motels that we have on the books today. And what we ended up with is going with the 5 properties along Payne Road that are in the B2 zoning area. So the ordinance before you for the public hearing only pertains to those 5 properties. And in the ordinance, the Housing Alliance recommended that those uses to convert into a multifamily unit would have to go through the special exception process. That's through our zoning board of appeals. And then there are special requirements for the multifamily uses that they must adhere to as well. Some of those entail each unit must have its own kitchen. They must have a 12-month lease. There's a certain percentage of the units that need to be affordable, a certain percentage that can be workforce. And so this is the ordinance. It did go to council in January. There were some concerns. As written, growth permits would not apply. Growth permits as they stand today are in 3 areas of town, and B2 is not included in any of those areas because it's not a residential district. So one option that council could do if they proceed with this is to make growth permits apply, but they would have to use the affordable growth permit pool. And so that's a pool that has 100 units in it every 3 years, and council can establish that pool if need be. So that's one way. They also had some concerns about the cost to serve and the impacts. And essentially speaking with public safety and assessing the cost to serve for apartments is relatively similar to the hotel motel situation that would exist. So there is not anticipated to be a huge shift if this were to be put in place. And so this ordinance, if it were to be approved and someone wanted to use it, those 5 specific hotels would first come in and they would have to go through the special exception process and meet all the standards for that. And then they would have to go through the site plan process with this board, and then they'd go through building permit. So I'm happy to answer any questions, and I will continue to see if I can log on to our meeting.
Thank you. It is open for public comment. If there is anyone in the room that cares to comment, please approach the podium. Please give your name and address. And comment is limited to 3 minutes. No one in the room? Is there anyone online? All right, let's turn this over to the board. No particular order. Who would like to go? I saw Roger Beely first, then Rick Meinking.
Can I ask Autumn a question? Kind of curious what prompted this. Was there one of these?
Yes, it's my understanding that back in the summer of 2022, there was actually an applicant that was interested in pursuing this.
Yeah.
And then the work was done, but it's been sort of put on hold. I know the Housing Alliance, this draft was finished almost a year ago today. So it's been quite some time, but I have not heard from anyone recently about wanting to do this.
So none of the other properties out there, because we did have a workshop on that.
Right.
And I thought it was kind of curious because my sense from the workshop was that the town council was pretty adamant against not allowing this, so that's why I was kind of curious about this.
Wasn't here for the workshop. But I was just here for, began my work with the Housing Alliance to help them get through to this process.
Yeah.
So I can say when it went to council, there were certainly some concerns, and they may be the same concerns that were from that original workshop.
Yeah, at that time, if I recall, it was traffic and concerns about getting across Payne Road.
Yeah, I think that's what I recall it being,
Yeah.
not being, no sidewalks to interconnect
Yeah.
and all of that to get to
Pedestrian.
pedestrian ways, yeah.
That's all I have.
Thank you. Rick?
Just a couple of things that I have. Knowing that the studies have shown that those that own electric vehicles tend to charge them at night. And so I'm wondering how an EV, our EV ordinance would be triggered in a change of use on a property like a hotel that didn't have any.
So that would come up during the site plan process.
So,
And if they weren't making any changes to the parking lot, they might necessarily not have to conform to that, but I suspect that they would be making some changes or upgrades to the parking lot, probably to add landscaping and some other features. And so the planning board would apply those as for multifamily.
okay, that's helpful to know that. And am I wrong when I read this, that the ordinance says that there shall be 1 parking spot per apartment?
No, you're not wrong. That was the desired number.
And I'm wondering, affordable or workforce housing with a married couple that may have 2 vehicles. What would we do in that scenario if we didn't have enough parking? So I think we're handcuffing ourselves by saying there can only be 1 parking per unit.
Well, it doesn't say that they're only, that's the minimum. So I think that's this board's purview. If they
Okay.
came back and they said, oh, we have 25 1-bedrooms and we're actually gonna combine some rooms to make 2 bedrooms, then I think you all would definitely want to add additional.
Okay,
parking.
so
right now,
there's still a pretty good rigor in our site plan review, should
Yes.
this this come forward. That's, and finally, my last comment I would like to see inserted in section 2, 1, where it says all conversions must attain building permits and meet all applicable building code and life safety requirements. I would like to insert MUBEC and then lowercase building code, and the life safety is already lowercase. MUBEC stands for the Main Universal Building and Energy Code.
Okay,
That's all I have, Madam Chair. Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you. Who's next? Noah?
I guess Noah's saying to me, so if that's okay, Madam Chair. My question was about the growth permits. Angela, you said that the town council is permitted, they have they can replenish those growth permits if they so choose. Is that correct?
Yes, so the affordable pool is set up to have 100, and then once they reach 50%, I have to report to the town council, and then they can choose to replenish it or not replenish it if they so desire. But that only applies for affordable.
Understood. I was just a little concerned about the potential of these units taking up growth permits for someone else
Sure.
and then not getting finished or not getting built, and then we can't. Okay. In that case, that's really all I had to add. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Now, Noah?
I just have a historical question. The only project like this that I'm aware of, at least since I've lived in Scarborough, that's comparable is down at Snowberry, when there's a former hotel there that was turned into sounds similar to this, except not necessarily workforce housing. And my question is the process that went through, is that a similar process that's proposed here?
I'm not familiar with that project, Noah, so I can't tell you. I'm assuming it probably went through a site plan process, but this process didn't exist, so it wouldn't have gone through the same thing.
Is anybody here on the board, was anybody here on the board when that happened?
You know, I'm not sure I was on the board. I don't think I was, but I do recall, you're talking about the motel that was down at
Yes,
the end.
that's right.
And there was a lot, that had taken place over a period of time because of the conflict with the residents and everything.
You know, there are some motels that are permitted, that are currently in zoning districts that allow multifamily. So it may have just sort of happened. B2 doesn't actually allow multifamily uses, so it has to be special, but there are some motels and locations that multifamily is allowed by right. So it could have been just that approach with the building permit.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? James?
I have a question. Is there a scenario here where families with children would be in these dwelling units as well, for long term?
I don't see any reason it wouldn't be a
Gotcha.
potential scenario, other than most of these rooms are probably smaller.
Right.
But I think it could certainly be something that is proposed.
I guess my thought is, if they require a school bus pickup,
Mhm.
are some of these facilities site-wise, are they capable of supporting the flow of a school bus that comes in and out? And, you know, some coordination with our school bus department to make sure that they can support it. Cause I remember they're stretched pretty thin as far as like trying to provide new stops and finding bus drivers and so on.
Sure, I think that would have to be when we received a proposal and then go through the site plan process. There's
Okay.
the special exception process, you know, you're familiar with it. It's pretty lengthy and there's quite a few things that they have to make sure
Yeah.
that they adhere to. So I think that would be a good first step, and then to make sure that they could do it then, and then they would get through the site plan process.
Okay.
So there's some check measures along the way.
Gotcha. Okay. And then number 7, amenities for residents to be provided considering requests, internal pedestrian circulation, on-site management, and any services offered. And I know we also mentioned in here, call out for additional sidewalks, but could we be more, I guess, detailed here with, I guess what I'm afraid of is if this is allowed, and they go forward, we're too open to allowing the bare minimum requirement if they have to add an additional sidewalk or something like that? Like, could we have something seen in there that's a little bit more stringent or calls out a more specific section that we have, or am I being too detailed at this level?
Well, I don't have a specific section that calls out sidewalks outside of the site plan ordinance really. So I think that when it goes through site plan, you would still be able to do that. I don't,
Okay.
these are the specifics just for the use itself, the conversion. So the on-site and the sidewalks would be in the public right of way.
Yep.
So I think you would address that with site plan.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you. My colleagues have hit just about everything that I had. I do want to echo James's concern about safety for the kids, places for them to stand waiting for the bus. I'm familiar with some of these properties. Because we drive by them frequently. And there's not exactly a lot of room there for kids to play, kids to be safe, kids to be outside. And that includes kids to wait for school buses. So to the extent that there is some flexibility, I would urge any ordinance that went through to be a lot more specific about the amenities that are available. Places for the kids to stand for the school bus is not an amenity, actually. It's a necessity. So it's tough for kids to live in hotels. We've seen that over the past few years. And converting these into residents is, in my opinion, is a step forward in terms of affordability for folks and workforce housing. But we don't want them to be in something that is perhaps substandard in terms of the amenities that are there, in terms of what we demand of other places, what we demand of developments for amenities and open space. That's something that we need to see, I think, for this conversion. And I'm aware of at least 2 of the properties that were listed that really have no place for kids. One of which would be in a really difficult and really unsafe area in terms of traffic. So I do have that concern. I hope that it's taken into consideration as this goes forward to the town council. Is there anyone else? Thank you. Hearing is closed. Next item on the agenda, Well-Built Rotundi LLC is requesting site plan review to convert an existing structure at 4 Highland Avenue to a 2-family residence. The project also involves a second phase to construct 2 townhomes containing 6 one-bedroom live-work units on the eastern side of the property. The parcel is further identified as Assessors Map R81, Lot 16. Eric?
Thank you. Thank you. So this project was previously before the planning board in December. And at that meeting, the board requested some more information on the required site distance and pedestrian facilities to the site. The applicant has provided plans showing an off-site sidewalk and signage to encourage slower vehicle speeds coming from Black Point Road, which would require the board to grant a waiver to reduce the required site distance. Additionally, a phasing plan has been provided showing the construction of the parking lot as part of the first phase for those residents that might occupy the existing building that's being fit up with the 4-bedroom unit. So with that, I will turn it back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And for the applicant?
How can I share my screen with you, Eric? Oh.
While we're waiting for the login, we usually take a break sometime around 8:30, 8:25, depending on where we are in the agenda and whether we finished, when we have finished an item.
All right. Sorry about that. My name is Trevor Gettig. I'm a project engineer at Goral Palmer, and on behalf of Well Built Rotondi LLC, I am returning to the board tonight for the 4 Highland Ave residential development. As mentioned, we came in December and we're returning tonight for resubmission. As shown, this is a 1-acre property outlined in black. We are having a 2-phase development, with the first phase redeveloping the existing house of the 2 4-bedroom units on the left, with associated parking, utility, and stormwater treatment infrastructure. We are proposing in the second phase 6 1-bedroom live-work units with the remaining parking and site infrastructure. This totals 8 multifamily units, meeting the required net residential density. The phasing plan, as Eric mentioned, will be provided later in the presentation here. We have provided 18 parking spaces on site, 1 handicap, 1 EV charger provided, with associated conduit stub for future connections. There's a parking table located in the bottom right-hand corner here. That doesn't quite show, but that breaks down how our parking is associated with the residential units and associated live-work unit breakdown. We have shifted the parking since we were last here just a little bit towards Highland Avenue. This has reduced our total project footprint, which has helped promoting the low-impact development in this area. As you can also see from this, we have adjusted our stormwater treatment. Previously had provided a forested buffer in the northeast corner, and due to test pit results from previous comments, we have decided to don't know why that quit out. Just booted. I'm sorry about that. We have provided a gravel wetland to treat this development. And as previously mentioned, there are site distance concerns looking to the right towards Black Point Road. The roadway is currently posted at 35 miles per hour, which would require 305 feet of site distance, and we are requesting a waiver to reduce the site distance by 38 feet to approximately 267 feet. The site distance is currently not an issue. However, we encroach on the opposing lot, and to any potential development future potential development that could occur on that lot, we are requesting this waiver, which would not be looking through that neighboring lot. To mitigate some of this potential future concern, the development will construct approximately 500 feet of a 10-foot wide multi-purpose path from our site project there to Black Point Road. We will also place an advisory warning speed sign around the curve for approaching vehicles. This advisory speed signs and the curbing alongside the road should promote slower driver speeds and improve safety, while the path also provides a safer location than the existing conditions for pedestrians and cyclists that are using this road. This mitigation, as Eric mentioned, was reviewed and agreed upon with the town engineer and peer reviewer, and it is our professional opinion that the proposed path and advisory speed sign would allow for this proposed driveway location to be safe despite any future potential scenarios of development. And we would also just like to mention that we did conduct a speed study for this area that resulted in an 85th percentile traveling speed of 28 miles per hour in this zone. So even if this was a 30-mile-per-hour road, which would require 250-foot sight distance, we would meet that with our current driveway location. So we do feel that it is a safe spot. And as mentioned, there's a construction phasing plan that is outlined with the first phase here in black dashed line. This would be the first phase with the stormwater facility, and the units and the remaining parking are associated with the second phase. As seen, we have revised some space and bulk tables, addressing comments. Lighting plan has all been reviewed from our previous meeting. We have reduced the 24-foot drive aisle and roadway entrance with additional turning movements to show that this works. The dumpster pad has also been pushed back approximately 3 feet to allow for vehicles to back out of the spots most closely to the dumpster pad. And we have received utility approval since our submittal, which will be provided moving forward. And at this time, we would like to open up to board discussion. So thank you very much.
Thank you. This is an item that is available for public comment. We have received from one of the abutters, Mr. Sean Butler. We have received a comment from him, and that will be entered into the record. Is there anyone else in the room who is here to make a comment on this project? Is there anyone online who is raising their hands? All right, thank you. In that case, the public hearing is over, and I turn this over to the board. Let me start down at the end. Mr. Hebert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My only one comment I have, under the lighting section, the installation sheets were provided, not the actual cut sheets themselves. So I want to have that addressed. Because I want to confirm just for our own sake to see what the color temperature and CRI value is. And it's just the installation instructions that were provided, not the actual cut sheet. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Meinking.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for working with staff. I know when this was brought to the board the first time, we did have some real concerns with the siting. And I'm glad to see that, the work the communications have been forthright, and I'm, Madam Chair, content with the language of this waiver. And I really do appreciate hearing that the traffic study indicates that the average speed has been about 28 miles per hour. That kind of helped me say I can go along with this waiver. I'm just curious as to, I heard you mention, and I think I heard it before, the term live work. Is that a acronym for workforce housing, or how is this evolving? Because we have affordable housing, we have workforce housing, we have market rate, and now we have live work. What exactly is live work?
In this case, our live work breakdown is there's a 1-bedroom unit on the second floor, and on the first floor, there's a kitchen with an additional working area. There's essentially a space for someone to work from home.
So a live work would be a floor plan that might be conducive to working from home.
In this case, yes.
Well, then I have a live work home. By golly. All right. Thank you very much. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Beely.
Thank you. Just to back up what Rick was asking about the live work, this is for staff. I'm assuming what you said, these are designed so people can work out of their house. They're really not designed so somebody can convert that to a business where you can expect to have people coming in to visit that business. Is that correct, or?
Yeah, so the zoning ordinance actually defines that as someone who is living in the workspace, and the parking standards actually require that as a condition of any approval for a site plan for a live work unit.
Okay, so if somebody were to want to convert it into something which may require people coming in, for instance, say like a hairdresser or something like that, they would have to come before the board or the town and get a permit to be able to do that?
So this zoning is TVC3, and the way it works is the non-residential uses are permitted unless you are doing something that's not permitted through a special exception, then you would have to go through the zoning board of appeals. So you could do an office. So it's designed really to have minimal visitors. So maybe psychologist or a nutritionist, something to that effect. But the live work unit is designed to allow some visiting
Because,
if you have that type of use. And if you look at the uses in TVC3, you can do business services and business offices. So you could be an accountant and have people actually come to your place of work, professional offices, real estate office. But the stipulation that Eric was mentioning, that we allow 2.5 spaces per live work unit as long as the person living and working are the same. But otherwise you would have to park it like a retail space, 4 per 1,000.
okay,
It's our understanding that this is really meant to be not necessarily, it's more live work in the spirit of a home office space or the design for the floor plan.
the reason, okay, so, Mr. Butler's letter referred to the live work situation with parking and treating, regarding it functioning as a business. So do we consider that there's a loophole there, or is that, are we all set on that?
I don't think it's a loophole. I think it's just the way we define the parking requirements for this type of use.
Okay,
It's very explicit.
okay. I do have, I just want to make some comments about the road right there. I'm very familiar with it. I live in the area. I actually think the access going onto Highland Avenue from Black Point Road, especially if you're coming from the beaches, that's an easy way if you're heading towards Portland, and the way that road's configured, and this is not your problem, this is a town problem, I think. It's just a runway. I mean, you're going 35 miles an hour right by St. Max, and then you want to take a right there, you can do it very easily. Quickly, you realize you have to slow down pretty quickly too, because not only is there an S curve right there where this project is, but a little further down where the Little League field is, there's another pretty substantial curve right there. So people who are familiar with the area, I feel pretty confident they go through there slow. But if you're coming from the beaches and you're not that familiar, but you do know that it's a good way to get, over to Pleasant Hill Road and cut off Oak Hill, that could be a problem. So I was just kind of wondering, two things. On this curve symbol sign, is that a sign that actually shows a diagram of what the road is going to look like ahead?
You were referring to the advisory speed sign? or-
Yeah, Bill Braze. He mentioned, in one of his recommendations is to install a curve symbol sign. And I was wondering, you know, sometimes you see a road, it shows like, is that what that would be? Is-
Yeah, with an advisory speed though associated with it. Right now, like as he mentioned,
It's on the plan, it's just hidden by the,
it's on the,
Box.
oh, yeah, on the right, well, can't really see on here. There
No.
it moves it. There you go. See on the right, he's shown. But essentially, yes, although I guess it could be, like you said, more of an S sign than a right turn. Yeah.
And a squiggly.
But have an S and then do the 25-mile advisory.
And
comment
that
with a
would be-
different color. It would, instead of the white speed limit sign, it would be yellow.
Yeah, okay, and that would be on Black Point Road heading west?
I assume it'd be right when you turn onto Highland. Do you have that located?
we have it shown right here. Right before the curve.
Oh, so it's actually on the curve. I think,
Just before the curve, yeah, just after you,
You turn.
you turn
Yeah.
onto the road here.
see, I think it should be right at the intersection,
Black Point Road though, it's, I'm not sure what the speed limit is there.
35.
Right, so then it would look like you're going 20, the speed limit on Black Point Road is 25 and it's not, so.
It's
I-
35 going right by there.
Right, so if you're saying you put it on Black Point Road, then you'd be telling
Oh, people on
people
Black
going
Point Road?
straight, also going 25.
Okay,
So I know we talked about this when they met with staff
yeah,
and we talked through that. That was one of my concerns as well, Roger. It's almost like it's an off ramp.
yeah,
right?
yeah.
That you can kind of keep your speeds. So I think we might try to look at some creative ways. I actually met with DOT looking at some of these to still allow for truck movement, but maybe slowing down passenger vehicles. And they had some ideas around, not this particular location, but there's a lot of these type of things around town that we were looking at for traffic calming. And so it might be something that we try to partner with when they're doing the sidewalk. Because I have similar concerns. But
Yeah.
I think it's on really the town to try to, like, to your point, to try to solve that,
Yeah.
that piece of it, which I think we can do.
See, to me, if you're heading west, you know, coming from the beaches
Mhm.
and you want to go down Highland, to me, if the town could somehow make that, instead of a ramp, make it more of a 90-degree angle going in, you would have to slow down.
Right.
You'd be forced to slow down, you know?
It's just, we'll probably have to get a little creative in order to get the fire trucks coming up from Black Point Road to be able to also make that turn, things like that. So I
That's a-
think
well,
it's
that's a pretty-
achievable, but it's not as maybe as simple as it might sound.
Yeah. In fact, even when you're coming out of Highland, and you want to take, like, go to the beach,
Mhm.
you still stay to the right because you have to see over the train bridge, you know, the trestle.
Mhm.
You have to see over that, the hill. So you have to stay right because if you try and get too far left, you can't really see. You know, it's not a good, it's a lousy intersection, so we should blame the train. So, but that's my concern is I think people who really are familiar with the area, they know, plus there's a Little Field down there too. So,
Also with the sidewalk
Yeah.
design that the town did, that's what, we've asked the applicant to install that piece of sidewalk, which also has curb. So having curb all along that's more defined. I know there's some curb there, but it's like, it's been built up over time, so the reveal might not be as sharp, but I think that will also provide some, I think that's, Trevor had mentioned that as well, as trying to provide some more traffic calming through that. When you're riding up along a curb, it gives you some of that.
now will that
feeling that you gotta
sidewalk,
Slow down.
will that sidewalk, you know, it fit in with, the plan is to put sidewalks along Highland Avenue anyways, and this will tie right into that?
We provided the plan to
Okay,
Goral Palmer. So
Okay.
that's what they incorporated.
all right, I don't have anything else.
All right, thank you. Noah?
Hi, thanks. So I acknowledge that you've done a ton of work, including with the town staff on the site distance. But I wanted to ask you a bit about your neighbors. I'm very, very familiar with this area. I especially want to ask you about your neighbor to this, I don't know, anyway, there's a preschool next door. And given that you're asking for a reduced site distance and that preschool is inches away from the driveway, and that intersection has a history of drivers losing control and in fact driving through the fence into their playground, coming around the corner. When my kids were in school there, that happened. Kind of losing control around the, and I'd love to see a letter of support from the preschool for this reduced site district. Have you had conversations with the school? Are they supportive of the project? Are they comfortable with it?
Aside from the butters notice, we haven't specifically talked with them. In a way, we're pushing our driveway further away, this proposed driveway further away from the existing driveway. And relatively speaking, limited traffic increase from this development. We're talking about 4 trips in an hour, so, and an off hour from when the preschool would be heavy vehicles. So we haven't really discussed with them. However, we didn't at this point feel as though we would interrupt their schedule or sort of impact their development beyond adjusting the neighbor to them.
I'm not entirely sure I follow your response, but that's okay. I'd just like to express my concern to the board that seems to be like a pretty big deal, that their immediate neighbor, if the number one concern, both in the documents here and this conversation, has been about the site plan, the site coming out of there. And it pains me to see those trees come down. I acknowledge that that's a necessary evil that has to happen as part of this. I get that you guys have worked closely with the town. However, having so many kids next door, I really feel much more comfortable with this this agreement with their knowledge. But I'm not even sure that they know about this plan. It's how, and that seems important to me, that they're your immediate neighbor.
What trees?
No, sorry, I'm not disagreeing with the trees.
Oh.
No, sorry. I apologize. I'm more concerned about the voice of the preschool next door and their understanding of the waiver that you're requesting for the site plan and the impacts on the road. I would love to have heard a conversation with them in this letter of support, particularly since another neighbor has sent a letter of support expressing real concerns about this.
I was just gonna say that the neighbors within 500 feet have been notified and we have not heard anything from them in support or in opposition.
They're not the building owner. But that may be why
Okay.
the letter went to the building owner and not them. I guess I'll leave it at that and let the board.
All right. Thank you, Noah. Ben?
Is it my mistaken that you mentioned in one of the documents that you had tried to get an easement for a site distance across the property there? And that property is owned by Maine DOT, is that correct?
Yes, at this time it is still owned by Maine DOT. We did reach out to them and look into the process. However, approximate timetable was extended pretty far beyond sort of any reasonable timetable, just based on the process of going through all that. And as you can see in the upper left-hand corner here, that's about the impact that we have along their site. Our impact would be still within the setback of this lot. However, it would be something such as a fence that could cause or a tree or something, a planting that at this time Maine DOT wouldn't plant, but we basically can't get their word that they won't either sell the property or moving forward or any other process. So that's why we've requested the waiver versus retrieving the easement. However, we did reach out and notified the town and the peer reviewer that we went through that process, and the timing and price just didn't really feasibly make sense for the development.
Thank you. Also, do you have a number on how tall the curb's gonna be for that sidewalk and about how wide the sidewalk will be?
The sidewalk is, I know the sidewalk is 10 feet. I do not know the curb reveal. I would believe it's about 6 inches again.
Yeah, it would be 6 inches. So front face of curb, back curb, it's 10 feet.
And it's a 10-foot sidewalk. That's good. Okay. I just was thinking about cars speeding around and if it's a narrow sidewalk and a thin curb, someone trying to avoid a car coming on was up on the sidewalk and so, yeah, I'm more comfortable with that kind of size. That's good.
As Angela kind of touched on too, the intent of the sidewalk being so tight to the road from the design plans would be to help reduce people speeding around that curve. It's a standard sidewalk and it's a 10-foot multi-use path, technically. So pretty wide.
Yeah. Okay. I think that's all that I have, Madam Chair. Thanks.
All right, thank you. I've got a couple of questions. I had a question about what the live work unit was and came up with the nutritionist, perhaps a jewelry maker, in other words, a craftsman who could be there. Or it could be, it could have some traffic. And because there's a possibility of having traffic, because one or two of these places or more might have clients, is there a possibility of building 2 more spaces in between the first 3 live work units and the second 3? In other words, between units, unit 5 and 8, I think. I need a magnifying glass to read these things.
We do have our stormwater facility there. Are you talking about in front of where it's sort of hatched?
Yes.
So that is basically would be required for the fire department. We have provided turning movements that show the fire truck being able to get in, access the rear of unit 3. And that dashed area is where they turn around as well as the dump truck. So we don't really have extra room to park spaces there.
Yeah, I'm talking about on the lawn that you have. In other words, they wouldn't be in the parking. They would be additional asphalt, I understand. But they would not be in that hatched area.
I guess I'm kind of confused. Sorry, I'm kind of confused.
She's talking about where you have the gravel wetlands right
Oh,
now.
yes.
What's shown on the exhibit in
Okay.
between those spaces, and showing this exhibit shows that.
Yeah, that's where our gravel wetland is. So that's required for our stormwater treatment. Previously, we didn't have anything there. That's where the forested buffer was, but based on comments we received last time, we were requested to get a test pit and we got that. And so that's why we built the gravel wetland there.
And can the gravel wetland be moved over closer to be unit 5?
We have graded pretty close and adjacent to that unit. We have tried to basically leave the buffer, the existing tree buffer from the neighboring residential units, which is part of the landscape requirements for this area. And our grading basically touches up against both unit 5 and unit 6 in that area.
Okay. My concern about parking is not particularly the live work areas or facilities. It's the fact there are 2 4-bedroom apartments.
Madam Chair, if you don't mind.
Yeah,
I
go
have
ahead,
a-
Drew.
I have a quick idea. Drew Gagnon with Coral Palmer. One thing we could look at doing is shifting the entire development plan north 2 feet and squeezing in 2 more spaces right at the front of where the Highland Avenue, where it comes into the property. What we could do is leave it as future parking, that if it's needed, we could build it later. We'll just make sure all the infrastructure, like the transformer pads, are out of the way so that if there's ever an issue with parking with given, potentially some of the live work units, that could be added in the future, if that's something the board would like to consider.
I certainly would like to consider it. Does the board think that's something to take a look at, ask them to take a look at, for future parking. I'm getting approving nods, so I'm going to look at Eric as he's busily writing something down there. Yeah, I do worry about the size of the other apartments, not the live work. Simply because with 4 bedrooms, all of a sudden you have a teenager in another car. And then you have 2 teenagers in cars. So, speaking of somebody who has teenage grandkids and cars, any effort that you can make to squeeze out a couple more spots, I think, even if you're not building them now, but you are reserving them and can build them in the future. So that, if it turns out that there is a parking problem, at least you can get some relief there.
We can look into that.
Thank you. Appreciate that. My colleagues have really, Roger has a question. Go ahead, Roger. I
Yeah,
reserve my right to come back.
Just curious, will all these tenants have assigned parking spaces? Or will it just be whoever shows up?
There is no assigned parking spaces additionally, if that's something we wanted to look into. However, there is, as shown in the table, there's about 5 additional spaces for the live work piece of the live work unit. So there's sort of a, call it guest parking area for a visitor or someone who's temporarily there.
Okay.
Let me point out, unless you have a sign that says that, then anybody's free to park there, including people from the house.
Yep.
I'm sorry, do you want to say something, Roger? It's the psychological law. If people are looking for a parking space and they see something free and it doesn't say, don't you dare, they will park there. And there's nothing that you can do with an ordinance that would change that, or actually with a parking sign in some cases. If there are no more questions?
Sorry, one last question for me.
Sure.
I was looking through your plant list and noticed you have Serbian spruce in there, and ask if you could please replace that with a tree, and any acceptable structural tree that you're interested in that's on the
Okay,
native list.
yeah, we'll talk to the landscape architect about replacing that.
All right, thank you.
Eric, you got a note on that? All right, if there are no more questions, no more comments, we have a draft motion. With Eric writing in some additional things. I'm just going to start and he's going to catch up with me. I move to approve the project Title 4 Highland Avenue proposed by Todd Rotundi as depicted in plan sets prepared by Goral Palmer dated 1/22/24 with the following findings and conditions. Findings: the project will convert an existing historic structure into a 2-unit residence via interior renovations. A second phase of the project includes construction of 6 townhome units in 2 buildings as well as additional parking. The planning board finds the project meets the requirements of the site plan review and zoning ordinances with the following conditions. Waivers: 1, site plan review ordinance section 4B1B to reduce the required site distance in a 35-mile-per-hour zone from 305 feet to 267 feet. Conditions: 1, prior to the issuance of a building permit, the applicant shall A, pay impact fees totaling $755 for the Oak Hill Impact Fee Zone. 2, prior to the start of construction, the applicant shall A, update plan sets to improve backup space for vehicles parked next to the dumpster, as well as show fire lane striping in the no parking area. B, add EV charger matrix to the site plan. C, address comments in the Haley Ward memo dated 1/24/24. D, confirm removal of the birch tree for site distance improvement as discussed in the Barton and Logidis memo dated 2/3/24. E, provide the final full plan set to the planning department. This shall include all site and civil plans, landscape plans, lighting plans, and architectural renderings and elevations. F, schedule a pre-construction meeting via the planning department. The meeting shall include appropriate town staff, the developer, and their site contractor, and is to be coordinated through the planning department. All construction meeting. G, provide a performance guarantee for the cost of construction for off-site improvements along Highland Avenue, as discussed in the 220 staff memo. H, address the planning board comments discussed in the 2024 meeting. This includes: 1, update the site plan to show future parking spaces to be constructed if deemed necessary by the code officer per zoning ordinance section 11C. 2, provision of lighting cut sheets. 3, replacement of Serbian spruce on the landscape plan. This shall be reviewed by the planning department. 3, in accordance with section 11 of the zoning ordinance off-street parking standards, the workspace shall be primarily used by one or more of the residents of the live-work unit. This restriction must be incorporated into all deeds or leases of the live-work unit or any part thereof. 4, prior to issuance of a certificate of occupancy for any of the Phase 2 townhomes, the applicant shall: A, complete construction of the sidewalk and off-site improvements. B, request an inspection by the planning department to ensure compliance with this planning board approval. Growth permit information. Upon approval, this project is granted 6 growth permits to be taken from the Area 2 3-year allocation. Growth permits shall expire, site plan approval expiration date. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Rick Meinking. Doreen, call the roll, please.
James Hebert,
Yes.
Rick Manking,
Yes.
Roger Bailey,
Yes.
Rachel Henriksen.
Yes,
And Noah Furlong.
No.
thank you. The motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you.
This is your first time before us?
First meeting last time, first, second. First project.
Okay, you're doing fine. Item 4.04, Portland Rugby Football Club is requesting site plan review for construction of 2 recreational rugby fields at 122 Two Rod Road. The project includes walkways, an access road, clubhouse, bleachers, and parking facilities. The parcel is further identified as 122 Two Rod Road, assessors map R32, lot 1. Eric?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this project was previously in front of the board for a sketch plan review in December, with the board requesting more information on potential historic remains on the site, as well as water supply at that time. In response to this, the applicants provided a letter from a licensed well driller indicating the ability of the resources to serve. The applicant has also conducted substantial efforts contacting various agencies and going out into the site to try and find the described remains. A letter from the applicant's attorney stating all state laws pertaining to discovering remains on a construction site will be adhered to, as well as provision of a memorial if that were to ever occur. Other items staff's worked with the applicant to address include lighting, lighting of the main pitch as it spills over onto the adjacent property, as well as the overflow parking area. And with that, I turn it back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And for the applicant?
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the planning board. Thank you for welcoming us back this evening. As Eric mentioned, we were here before you for sketch plan review in early December. We'll return, I guess, in some respects with some similar slides that you saw last time, and give you a quick overview of the work that we have before you, focusing primarily on updates from comments received during site sketch plan review. quick project overview. The Portland Rugby Club was established in 1969. We have been utilizing public fields all over southern Maine for that time, for the last 55 some odd years. And it's always been a dream of ours to establish our own permanent rugby facility. And over the last number of years, we studied a variety of sites, some here in Scarborough, others in the surrounding communities, looking for land that was ideal for us to be able to develop. And of course, we landed on this parcel at 122 and 142 Rod Road. We took ownership of that property about a little less than 2 years ago now, and are looking to initially develop what you see before you, which is a primary championship playing field, a full-size competition rugby field, as well as a smaller practice field associated with the development, the site development, if you will, along with parking for that. And then accompanying that as a future phase would also, as part of our permit application here before you, would be a clubhouse and some bleacher seating. Moving towards, actually make this live. Moving towards the field itself, we are looking at a new expanded wider driveway coming into the property. Jody O'Neill, our civil engineer, will touch on some of that in a little bit. The field itself, we are looking at constructing a 140 meter by 85 meter rugby field. It would be surrounded by stadium lighting that would illuminate the field for nighttime use. We are providing in this first phase of development, 70 parking spaces, as well as accommodations for bus drop-offs, things of that nature. And as I mentioned, the clubhouse and the bleachers, we are looking at that to be built as part of a future phase in about 2 or 3 years' time. And also you can see my face on your screen is blocking it, but there's also a sign at the corner of the road. Look at that, there we go, noting our presence there on 2 Rod Road. The practice field itself would be essentially a half size field. The actual footprint would be about 60 meters by 70 meters. This is what we would use primarily for practices. We want to reserve and preserve the main playing field for competitions, primarily only just to, it is natural grass that we're looking at, so we want to preserve it for long time use. And so we want to limit the use of that initially as much as we can to bed in grass. So part of our thinking was to develop this practice pitch as part of this initial development that could be expanded in the future into a larger development. Access to that practice pitch would be from a long pathway that runs back to the main parking lot. One of the items, and Eric mentioned this in his setup for our application here before you tonight, is that in our sketch plan review meeting, the planning board, you did bring up some comments and questions about our parking and was it adequate. We certainly stand behind the parking calculations that we have. Our traffic engineer, Diane Morabito, will speak to that in a few minutes, but we did hear your comments, and one of the things that we reviewed with staff after that sketch plan meeting was the log cabin house that is now presently on site. We're looking at a point in time of tearing that down. It's not a safe structure. It was built in the late 80s and is in serious disrepair. And that area would be left as open space. And we talked with staff about the potential for using that for future overflow parking should a special event or something create a need on a one-off situation where we might need additional parking. So we are looking at flattening that area and leaving it as a grassed area. We would also gate it with a Knox box as well. When we discussed this at our staff review meeting last week, public safety saw this in the close proximity to the practice field and they said, oh, what an easy way to get to that field should there be an emergency. And they asked if they could get access to the field from that spot. We said that we would work on that with them, but we didn't want to turn this into an actual parking area. So our solution was to put a gate with a Knox box similar to the gate that we would put at the main driveway entrance to the facility as well. So that area you can see in the gray circle there with the arrowhead now leading to it would provide us that potential one-off twice a year coverage if our parking need were to be for some reason deemed needed higher. We would have an alternate plan for that, and we would work with staff on the requisite point time of use permits for that event. At this moment, I want to hand it over to Jody O'Neill, our civil engineer from Sewell, so that she can walk you through some of the technical aspects of the project.
Good evening. My name is Jody O'Neill. As Matthew said, I work for the James Sewell Company in Bangor and in Portland. I guess I'll just quickly go over, as you all know, we've submitted and received our main DEP permits. So we had a stormwater permit, a tier 2 NRPA permit, and a permit by rule NRPA permit. So those are the permits that we had submitted. And that was basically based on the natural resources that were on the site and the amount of impervious area that we had for the project. So we were proposing to develop 6.71 acres of the 40-acre parcel. Of that, 1.39 acres is new impervious. So that includes the pervious pavement that tripped our stormwater permit. So basically, we have some stormwater treatment around the site. We have the pervious pavement will act as treatment, as filter, and slowing water down. We also have under-drain soil filters. I guess that would be on the west side of the main pitch. There's two right along that long side. And then on the east side of the main pitch, we have one big, we're calling it a field drip line filter. So it just kind of takes all the runoff from that side of the field and just will filter it. We have under drains with outlets on that. And then up by the proposed clubhouse, we have roof drip line filters, which is very similar to the field drip line filters. Just takes that roof runoff, filters it through, and then under drains out. And then on the practice pitch, we also have one on the north side, an under drain soil filter. So that's more of a typical BMP for that one. So that was our stormwater permit that we had. Then we also had the natural resource permits, which was for our wetland filling and impacting a 250-foot vernal pool buffer, and then also doing grading and work within 75 feet of the stream. So we have those on there, and the wetland permit. The tier 2, we end up with 27,107 square feet of impact to the wetlands that were on the property, which is about like 5.5% of the wetlands. There are some wetlands of special significance on the property, which were not impacted. We tried to stay away from all that, and then obviously we tried to not impact the vernal pool buffer. So that I think was maybe 7%. Yeah, we were approximately 7% of the vernal pool buffer. And for the stream impact, that's on the practice pitch on the north side. There's just a little bit of the soil filter and grading and some riprap that we have for erosion control. So that was within that 75 feet. And that was a permit by rule. I don't think if there was anything else. We did respond to Haley Ward's comments. That was in the package we sent out on Friday. So we've addressed all of their comments. A lot of them were about stormwater and erosion control. And we did receive the permit. So I think a lot of those questions were answered because we got our permit. Because the gentleman from Haley Ward was just kind of like, you know, these are a little bit different, but if the DEP approves it, we're good too. So I think with our responses plus the DEP permit, I believe all of his questions should be answered, but you can obviously tell me if that's incorrect. Trying to see if there's anything else. This just shows the grading plan. You can kind of see where the impacts and why they're there for the vernal pool buffer and the stream impact. The setbacks there, the 75-foot setback. I don't think I really have anything else to add. Want to go to landscaping?
So continuing on, I won't get into it. We've had a previous discussion with staff about some of the planting selections, some of the tree selections, and we'll work with staff to address that. We did have some noted species there that they had questions about, and we were open to reviewing that with them. Not really a lot to talk about with respect to planting, just given the nature and the type of this development. One, while we're looking at the landscape plan and thinking of landscape features, staff also brought up the question of a bench. Autumn and I did have a laugh about that because we are providing the bleacher seating, but we also agreed to place a bench out in front of the future clubhouse as well at the front door of the clubhouse. The clubhouse itself, we were looking at a two-story structure, some images, some renderings that were completed on our behalf. Looking at a two-story structure with the upper level being essentially a congregation space where you can sit inside and watch a match. It opens out onto a terrace that also brings you into the bleacher seats that step down below onto the field. Down in the lower level, it's not part of this presentation, but you've seen in your packet is a series of locker rooms for players to change. Looking at the floor plan of the upper level, one of the comments to staff was, geez, or rather from the planning board, the chair herself at our last sketch plan review meeting was questioning the amount of seating that we had. And one of the things we've done is added, one thing that was lacking from our plan we wanted to add was a trainer space. So a space inside where a player could get taped up before a match and what have you. So we added that space on this upper level, and that took away some of our seating, which was in excess in this plan. And we were happy to reduce that. They said the lower level, you can see here in some elevations, one elevation face here, the top of the screen is looking back from the field. So you're seeing the bleachers in the foreground and the proposed structure in the background to that. And then the image below it is at the front entry side with a variety of materials noted. Site lighting. We've had a number of discussions with staff on site lighting, looking at our original submission to where we are this evening with this slide here in front of you. We've worked with a lighting engineer from one of the light tower supply companies on trying to find a way to get our light levels down. We know that we're up against a property line where we're having some light trespass onto the adjacent property. We've proposed some solutions to that. One of the solutions from our initial submission was to actually reduce the level of foot candles on the playing surface itself from a starting point of 50 foot candles down to 30. 50 foot candles is really professional level lighting standards. And one of the things in working with our local lighting representative as well as the engineer was sort of talked about getting to a standard of 30 foot candles, which is actually pretty common for most professional rugby in England. We referenced some standards to staff about some of those standards in England, and we feel comfortable with the 30 foot candle level. And what that did is it dropped our light trespass. Not only did it drop the distance of that trespass from about 170 feet, it might have been actually a little higher, down to about 70 feet, where we're on average generally speaking, between 0.4 to 0.1 foot candles inside that 70-foot zone, and it's sort of scalloped as you would imagine. And that light trespass is primarily coming from the fixtures on the clubhouse side of the field as they're shining across the field. They're spilling across. And so another measure that we have taken, you can see when you look across the bottom of the screen, right at the property line, our foot candle levels are at 0. And that's because the lighting engineer proposed a 12-foot fence along the property line to help with that light trespass. We are still at a point that is above, about 10 times above the standard that you have. In some locations slightly higher. Some of the solutions that we've discussed with staff, we had reached out to the abutter in the past, Mr. Waterhouse, about potentially purchasing some of his land when we were looking and purchasing this property. And one of the things he relayed to us is that he actually sold an easement to the property, I believe it was in 2016, and the property is now also controlled by Maine Farmland Trust to preserve it as a farm for the foreseeable future. So we're we're looking at solutions that we can there, but we feel that we have a pretty good solution here with light levels that we can work with the light trespass that's not quite at your standards, but pretty close to it. I'm going to take a segue from lighting into traffic and introduce Diane Morabito from Sewell, our traffic engineer.
Diane Morabito from Sewell. I did a full traffic impact study for this. We began a traffic impact study by looking at the number of trips the project will generate. This project is going to generate a peak of 75 one-way trips during their Saturday peak hour when they have matches. During the weekday PM peak hour during practices, the projection is 34 one-way trips. Weekday volumes on Two Rod Road are approximately 660. So we're looking at during match events, maybe a 10% increase on those particular days at that point. Based upon the trip generation, the study area extended from Payne Road to Holmes Road. We define capacity analysis in terms of level of service. I'm sure you all know that. Levels range from A to F, much like a report card. In this case, the traffic analysis showed no level of service concerns at either Payne Road or Holmes Road. All movements at both intersections would function at a level of service B or A during both analysis periods. So we showed no capacity or level of service concerns. In terms of safety, accident data was obtained for that whole study area plus additional study area down to Haggis Parkway. And we had no high crash locations or locations approaching both high crash criteria. And also our site distance from our site drive exceeds the requirements. Traffic study has been peer reviewed by Bill Bray and he's concurred with all these findings. So really we had no safety concerns and no capacity concerns. And is that concluded? Oh, yes, okay. And the project will pay traffic impact fees to the town of Scarborough, and between the Payne Road, Oak Hill, Dunstan Corner, and Haggis Parkway fees, that total is $31,078.
And finally, on to the saga of the burial site. I don't know how to frame it any other way because it was, we've been on quite a journey since our December 10th sketch plan review meeting, trying to find more information on buried remains on the property. We've heard a lot of anecdotal stories about, because there's no direct ties to information that we were able to gather, but we've heard a lot of interesting stories about what may or may not have happened with remains that were buried on the property. If you look at the screen, I can show you through the arrow here an approximate location of where we believe the burial site once was on the property. And I say once was for two reasons. One being there was activity on this site in the 1940s where the Maine Turnpike Authority used this property as borrow pit for construction of the establishment of the Maine Turnpike. In 1947, around Labor Day weekend of 1947, a body was unearthed in the area where this arrow is. That body was removed and taken to the Maine State Medical Examiner's office. We contacted the Maine State Medical Examiner, State Police. We've been in contact with the Maine Turnpike Authority, as well as the local sheriff's office, the Cumberland County Sheriff rather, because they were policing Scarborough in the 1940s. Nobody has any historical records of these remains. We returned to the site with our surveyor. There is no chance that there is still a burial site at this location because of the way the site had been excavated at the time in the 1940s and at another occasion in the 1950s. Again, there is a lot of thoughts as to where a body may be on this site, but we did purchase 40 acres of land and we did walk around a lot of it and looking for where we might find those remains and did not discover anything. So what we had proposed to the group, I'm just sort of flashing through some updates on the screen here, is this circled location here on our site is still a relatively high site, a high area on our site. It looks down into the area that was excavated that then became a vernal pool that's also a wetland of special significance. So it's inside this area that we would not disturb with any of our development activities, and sort of consistent with John Allen's thought, our surveyor's thoughts on where a burial site likely would have been on this property. It likely would have been on the highest point. And there are streams that flow in other areas along this property line. This seems like the most logical spot to, if we were to discover any remains in the future, to try and relocate those remains properly to the area that they were once intended to be by some of the deeds that we discovered from the 1860s. You can see here in this final image a footprint of where our rugby field would be, and a fair and healthy distance both from the original area of where we think the burial site was to a potential area to relocate any remains to, should they be discovered on site. And again, we would do this all consistent with state law, as we've described in our planning board packet. With that, we'll turn it to the board and the public for any questions or comments they might have.
Thank you. This is an item that is available for public comment. If there is anyone in the room that would like to comment, please go to the podium, state your name and address, and please limit your conversations to 3 minutes.
Denise Hamilton, 2 Rod Road, somewhat of an abutter. We're in that, I guess, 500 feet of the property. Overall, I don't personally have a problem with it. It sounds, it's a seasonal sporting facility, assuming when there's no snow on the ground. I would be interested to know like about how many evenings or days a week, how many hours a day of the traffic. As you know, traffic in this area is increasing substantially. Potential development right up the road from them is going to make it a nightmare. So traffic is a concern, although a lot less than when Beech Ridge was running, obviously. One thing, when they mentioned bleachers, maybe they can talk to the current owners and maybe getting some of the bleachers from Beech Ridge and putting it on the property and kind of keeping Beech Ridge in the neighborhood. And was there parking for about 70 spots? And then what, potential couple buses coming in and out with the players? You know, so I don't think traffic, and from my understanding in talking to people from Rugby, is most of the traffic would probably be coming from Payne Road, so it shouldn't be affecting where the most residential area is and where a lot of the traffic is going to be for the Beech Ridge property, as well as everybody going to Costco. So overall, I don't have an issue with this facility. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening. My name is Philip Kemp. I live on 20 Horseshoe Drive in Scarborough. I played rugby for the Portland Rugby Club back in the 70s and early 80s. Haven't for quite some time at this point, but I just wanted to voice my support for it. They've always been a really responsible and great club. They do a lot of charity work, and they will also expect with this facility that they're very likely to get international awareness for, like, we've toured Ireland, they've toured England, I believe they've toured Wales, I can't remember. But, you know, when you get groups from other countries coming and you get the awareness because they have a professional pitch now, it could make quite a difference to how they're seen and for the town itself. It's just a good thing to put it on the map. So I just want to voice my wholehearted support for it. I think it's a great idea. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Mike Connolly, 4 Memory Lane in Scarborough. The rugby development is within a couple hundred yards of my house, right off 2 Rod Road. In support of the overall development, I think it's great for the community, great for the town. And I'm very familiar with this area in comparison to Beech Ridge and what we have lived through for the last however many years. I think this will definitely be an improvement on traffic. I think the benefits to the community outweigh the potential negative impacts. I'm not aware of any real negative impacts. Unlike much of the development in town, I think this is preserving green space, which is important to the town, the future sustainability and environmental goals that we all have, we all share. And then lastly, having been here for a long period of time, raised my kids here, graduated from high school here, coached my kids, sporting fields and sports is very important. Having access to fields for support of sports is important. And I think introducing more space will only benefit our community. So thank you.
Thank you.
Warren Hamilton, 167 2 Rod Road. A couple of months ago, I had an opportunity to tour the site with a couple of the members, and they were very informative, very professional. And I think this would be a welcome addition to the neighborhood. I think we need more projects like this in the town and less commercial development. This can only be good for the town and its people. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone online? All right, thank you. If there's no one left in the room wishing to speak, public hearing is over. I'm going to turn to the board, but before I turn to the rest of the board, I would like to comment in appreciation for the work that you folks did with the burial sites. That is not something that's easy. I was sort of amused at the 1947 article in the paper talking about the discovery of a skeleton and how it got lost someplace. Plus the other anecdotes that of dump trucks removing skeletons and skeletons being buried under the tombstones with the tombstones turned down. So it was an interesting time. You found stuff that I didn't think you could find. I didn't even believe it was out there because other people had looked. I appreciate all of the effort that you took and your willingness to continue following the state law and following Scarborough's wishes. If any more turn up, I appreciate that. I appreciate all the efforts that you put into it. Now I'll turn this over to the board. Let's start down here. Ben?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Firstly, I would just like to thank members of the public who gave public comments, because it's really good to hear things in support of projects as well. I know we get a lot of people talk about how they disagree with certain things. It's really good to hear support as well, because sometimes you never get, you don't know how people feel if they don't speak up. So I do appreciate that. And I guess I wanted to ask a question about the water. I know you did a study with the well, and I know just in this general area, water has been mentioned previously as an issue. You mentioned that when you ran the well for 3 hours, it dropped 10 feet. Maybe that's sufficient. Maybe I just don't really know. The well is sufficient to provide water to the property as your needs are, but is there any information about how much that might impact the overall water table? Can you speak to how small a percentage that would be? Is it
I can't speak from a percentage standpoint. I can look as other questions might come up that maybe somebody else is answering, to see what further analysis we got through emails versus what was on the actual report. I know what we put in that report was a statement of adequacy, not only for our proposed uses, but it was intended to demonstrate that we weren't going to impact the water table at all, based on that flow rate and what they saw. And this was from what we believe to be a shallower drilled well as well. We looked at both wells, the well that's at the house adjacent to where our clubhouse would be, as well as the well at the log cabin house. We couldn't get any water to move from the well at the original 1860s house was in rough shape, but the log cabin house was where we tested, and we had no visible concerns from the well driller that commented for us.
Okay, I guess, also thinking about it, if you're irrigating their own fields, you're bringing water back into the water table anyway, right? Water's coming up, coming back down. Yeah, except for anything goes in the waste. Okay, and then I noticed there's quite a lot of remaining staff comments and peer review comments, but as long as you feel that you can adequately address all of those, I'm pretty comfortable with this project at this point. I do appreciate all the work you did, as Madam Chair was saying, about the potential burial site, and I wish you luck.
Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Noah?
Hi, thanks for all the detail and echoing other folks about your work with the burial. I think it's a cool project, and I used to play rugby for a long time, and I love seeing this. I do want to express my serious concern about egress into both the stream and the significant vernal pool buffers. I hope as a board, we just can't support any egress into that. These are super sensitive habitats, particularly given how adjacent you are to the conserved property with Maine Farmland Trust. These are migratory animals that are moving into the wetlands. I don't know how familiar you are with they're salamanders and frogs that are migrating from upland habitats into the wetland habitats seasonally. And they're just in an incredible sensitive situation right now in southern Maine, and we have to maintain these buffers. I realize that poses a challenge for you all in terms of engineering your structures and your roads around it. But I really think you need to maintain your the entire 75-foot buffer around the stream, the entire 250-foot buffer around the significant vernal pools as described by Maine Inland Fisheries and Wildlife. I realize that's not good news to some extent, but that's my opinion at least.
I don't think there was a question there, but duly noted.
No, it's not a question. It's
I guess because I do want to respond. I guess that's so I'm trying to find where the.
Here's my question. Can you sorry, you're right. Can you re-engineer your drawings to stay completely out of the buffers? There's the question.
I would pass that to Jody O'Neill. I do know that we received our DEP permit based on all the guiding principles of Maine site law. But if I don't think it's something that we would be able to endeavor down, because it is a challenging site. And these solutions that we put forward were the best to accomplish the development needs we had, which is why we're using the more expensive impervious pavement as a treatment surface, because we don't have areas, because just creating a stormwater detention pond would have actually caused us to impact more wetlands. So we've done what we can surgically to insert what we're looking for onto this parcel of land in the least impactful way possible. I don't know if you want to add to that, Jody.
I can add a little bit to that. When we were looking at the site, like Matthew was saying, there was a lot of constrictions on all sides, basically. Wetlands of special significance, vernal pools, streams, and their buffers, all their buffers. Basically, we were trying to fit it in as best we could. You'll see the main pitch is, it's closer to the property line. We have retaining walls trying to reduce our grading into those buffers and trying to get away from the stream. We didn't want to use really high retaining walls because it's also going to be, right now it's adults, but there might be kids out there playing. They're going to lose the ball, fall off the wall, like a big scenario. So we're trying to reduce and also, keep safety in mind and also not impact buffers. So we did have a little impact. I think it was 7% of the vernal pool buffer. I didn't calculate what the impact percentage would be for the 75-foot stream buffer. That would be very small because, you know, the stream, there's a bunch of streams on the property, so it'd be, you know, a very small percentage. But that's what our thinking was going into that. I'd have to obviously go through and do it. I think if we tried to pull the practice pitch out of the 75-foot buffer, we'd be into the vernal pool buffer on the other side. And then there's also a wetland of special significance right there. So you'll see in the grading plan, basically, we have bleachers or an area that we could put bleachers on one side of the practice pitch, but it's not really in the center because we're trying to not impact the wetland of special significance. So I think if we pulled that down, trying to get it out of the stream buffer, it would basically, we wouldn't be able to fit it in there. And then for the main pitch, I would have to look at that. It would probably be a very large retaining wall that we could potentially consider, but you know, it could be probably like a 15-foot wall. I'd have to look. I mean, this is just me guessing from what we have kind of stepping down, and it would be right on the edge of the field. You know, it would be pretty close to the field, which me personally, I don't really want to do because, you know, I go to soccer games all the time and I see the kids that, you know, the ball's going, they're not necessarily paying attention, they're running, trying to catch the ball, things like that. But that was basically our thinking on it. I don't know if you had any other comment.
I'm sympathetic to what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, but you knowingly bought a really wet parcel with a lot of different kinds of wetlands. And, right, that's the reality of the situation. And so, I guess I just, at this point, just need to really strongly encourage you to take a second, look back at what you've done, which is clearly a ton of work, and really think, okay, can we get out of these buffers? Can we get entirely out of the buffers and work on that?
And I completely
I'm not an
understand.
engineer, so I don't want to tell you like
Right.
as an engineer, what you should do. But I just.
No, and I understand, and we have gone through the DEP process, and part of that is like avoiding and minimizing the impacts. And they felt that we did meet that standard as far as like avoiding what we could, minimizing what we could, you know, best management practices of all those things for both stormwater, erosion control, and natural resources. So just wanted to throw that out there, that we do have all of those.
Okay. I guess I'll leave that to the board. There you go. Again.
All right, thank you. Roger?
I wanted to ask you some questions regarding traffic. These are easy. You could probably answer these. When people are exiting the site, are you gonna have signage telling them, directing them to Payne Road versus going back up to Rod? Have you thought about that?
We did not propose any signage. I know Bill Bray in his review recommended some no parking signs on Two Rod Road. That's about the only signage I believe that we considered. Is that correct, Diane?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, so the only signage was what Bill had.
Days of Google Maps and directions, people know where they're coming from.
Excuse me, if you're going to testify, you need to be on the record there.
Yeah. In these days of Google Maps, most people know exactly where they're going. We project, I think 2 trips will go north on Two Rod Road that'll be heading like out towards Gorham. But the rest of the traffic will be going to and from Payne Road.
Okay, and I assume that most of the people arriving from out of the area will be getting off at exit 42, going down Payne Road.
That's what we expect, yes. Unless they're coming from the south, then they'd be coming probably up Route 1 and across Haggis Parkway,
Okay,
Dunstan Corner.
sure.
Sorry.
Really
I just wanted to chime in because we're parallel doing a traffic calming study around town, and that section of Payne Road has voiced concerns. And so I guess I want to make sure we're not unintentionally redirecting to another area that already has concerns or issues. So it's probably best, like Diane said, is you put in your phone where you're going and it takes you there, because it kind of needs to disperse probably in both directions in order to not concentrate kind of traffic. Because I would say both ways, we're hearing concerns. So I just wanted to point that out.
I would imagine people who are familiar with the area and coming up from the south on Route 1 might try and get onto Payne Road just right by the,
Right, no, I'm not
down by
suggesting.
Dunston and
Right, so
travel up.
I'm suggesting kind of
Okay.
leaving the traffic to flow rather than kind of redirecting them artificially in an area that that we're also hearing from concerns from, that's all.
Okay. Well, basically, I think this is a good project. It's gonna be, a welcome addition to Scarborough. And there's a lot of comments, as Bennett mentioned, on the staff and the peer review comments and everything, as long as you can respond to those in a positive way. Regarding Noah's concerns, I mean, we have a lot of, almost everything in Scarborough is wet, so I understand your passion for this and everything, but it seems, well, I won't say anything more about that right now, but I think it's a good project, and hopefully we can get this done. Thank you.
Thank you. Rick?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, let me thank you I remember seeing this as a sketch plan. Now we're seeing it as a site plan. And in between all of that was a lot of effort on your part. And I want it to be recognized that very, very few times do we get a site plan review that already has the DEP permit with it. So I applaud you for the efforts that you did. I did want to ask the question because the public raised it. I think Ms. Hamilton mentioned, can you just kind of give us an idea what goes on during the week, the evening time? What do your hours of operation look like?
Yeah, so we alluded to that in some of our descriptions in your board packet, but to highlight it, typically the men's and the women's team practice twice a week. Traditionally, it's a Tuesday, Thursday night practice. And right now, as it stands, as we're hunting for fields and available locations to practice, we're mandated by the location we can find. So, some nights we're at Deering High School Memorial Field till 10:30 at night because that's what's available to us. Other nights we're on a softball field in town Portland or up in Brunswick on another turf field, and we've even practiced here in Scarborough at a variety of hours, but we always try and maintain that Tuesday, Thursday. It's just, it's almost sort of ingrained in our minds. It's Tuesday night is practice, it's Thursday night is practice. So we would envision those hours being, probably 6:30 to 9:30 in that window of time. Our practices are traditionally about an hour and a half long. And that allows us to run through what the coaches want to run through. If men and women are practicing on the same evening, one might go one after the other, based on the fact that we want to preserve that main playing field. We might both just be sharing that practice pitch at opposing times, one from 6 to 7:30, the other from 7:30 to 9 o'clock would be one example. If and when a youth program that we, see somewhere down the road for us as a future, gotta feed the system, so to speak, in the sense of you've seen what soccer and lacrosse has done to grow youth sports. They start at that younger level and build up into an adult level. We're sort of the reverse of that. It's been always been more of a collegiate and after college sport. We're trying to build interest in the game at the youth level. And, we're looking at, seeing some kids playing youth rugby there somewhere down the road, but those practices would likely be in line with what high school sports schedules are these days, which are earlier in the day. And again, so as not to interrupt our preferred practice time of when people get out of work.
Thank you for that. Just a quick question on the lighting. Will it be controlled, when you have these late night matches. Once the competition is over, the lights on the field would go off. I know very little about rugby, but I do like to watch it on TV every now and then when I can find it. I know the afterlife of a match is very important in the culture of rugby. Will those lights will tend to go off when competition is over, and then you do your beer drinking in the clubhouse with those lights off and.
Yeah, we'll be paying the electric bill, you bet you. You know, and that's, you know, I think I made this comment when we were here before you for sketch plan. I'm a resident of Portland, and one of the things that drives me nuts is driving by any of the fields in Portland, seeing the lights left on. And I know the city uses the technology that y'all would promote as well, that you can literally control from an app, because we've had the lights go out on us and reached out to somebody from Parks and Rec, and they turned the lights back on from their phone. So we would intend.
Look for that red flashing light on that box. That means you got about 10 minutes before the lights go out.
Yeah, so we would do the same. We
Okay.
don't need to leave the lights on any longer than we need them on.
All right, I too agree with even the public comments here. I think this is a nice addition. Don't know if rugby will ever become a high school scholastic sport. I know I've been umpiring for about 26 years in high school baseball, and numbers are dwindling in baseball, so I don't know if they're going to migrate to rugby. But I think it just gives another option and another venue for the town to go watch and enjoy getting outdoors and being outdoors. And I think you've got yourself a very nice facility. And again, I want to thank you for working real hard with the staff and presenting a site plan that was very complete. And I feel like this is a good move for Scarborough. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. James?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The few comments I have, one, I'm satisfied with your coordination with the fire department by providing an extra Knox box. That's a low cost efficient means of providing additional safety there. So thank you for doing that. With regard to the public water at all during this process, had you investigated and trying to get public water or seeing what that would be like coming across the bridge at all? Or have you just sort of left that alone and stayed with your findings on site with regard to water?
We let that alone and left with our findings on site. I've been part on not a project in Scarborough. I'm an architect by trade. I've got a client of mine in Auburn where we had to extend a water line, not a very long distance. And it was incredibly expensive to a point of, you know, almost infeasible for that. And it was I can't think of the distance off the top of my head, but it wasn't a great distance. And it was order magnitude was over $100,000. What we'd be looking at here would be crippling to us. So utilizing the well water is the best choice scenario for us, which is why we studied the hydrology the way that we did.
Okay, thank you. Looking at the lighting plan, do you know if you have the extended visor option provided with these fixtures here? So on the lighting system PDF 012224, the very last page has a spec sheets from Techline Sports Lighting. There's a 20-inch extended visor that's an optional add-on. Do you know if that's been considered for possibility specifying here, just to kind of keeping those light levels sort of contained on the field?
Yeah, so in looking at this, they did everything they could to reduce the lighting, and we've even supplied staff with the bug reports, which are not really consistent with stadium style lighting, but also they did the airplane analysis. So essentially 10 meters over the field, over the top of the field, we're at zero light level from a dark sky perspective. So right now, everything that we're doing to combat the lighting, it's literally what's being pushed across the field from the far side lights. And no amount of cutoff will manage that, because we're trying to get the light levels equal and even. The only solution that they've come back to us with is actually pushing those far side light towers back almost up into the slope side there, so that we're getting them further away, but then it starts to dilute the 30-foot candles that we're trying to maintain at the center of the field. So it's been a tricky balance. We're going to continue to work with them on solutions, and do what we can to maintain the low light levels that we need to.
Did they investigate possibly lowering the total height of the fixtures? I know we have 70-foot poles here with the mast arm and everything. Is there consideration to maybe even go down to like try to see what 60 feet would be modeled height to maybe bring those masts more in line with the height of the trees in there, the tree height line?
The struggle for us with that is that rugby is as much a sport where you see the ball at the ground level in play, but it's also a sport where the ball is kicked in the air.
Yeah.
So
that's my follow-up.
You essentially need to keep the light levels above so that when the ball goes aerial, that you can actually see it and catch it.
So it doesn't disappear in the darkness. That
Yeah,
makes sense.
well, that too, yeah.
Yeah, no, thank you for that.
Going between the dark.
That was my follow-up question, so I appreciate that. That was exactly what I was sort of getting at, to see if you could lower it, but if the ball sort of disappears, you can't see it. I don't, I had the nights per year that Rick and others had mentioned. I think it was mentioned previously, Beach Ridge Motor Speedway was about approximately 46 nights a year or something like that. So, I mean, we're looking at likely something a lot similar here, if not a little bit more, but I see this in line with a positive benefit, a positive use of this land in the town. Seeing the development everywhere else in town, it's nice to see something that's not housing that's going in here. So with that, those are the end of my comments, Madam Chair.
Thank you. My job is to kind of pull together what we've talked about. I've got a couple of things to add. I've got one picky little thing that I don't think is going to cause you a problem, but you may want to just double check. In your, the special exception request, the notice from the Scarborough Zoning Board that was a special, that they granted the special exception. What they granted was 2 synthetic turf playing fields. And I don't believe you're using synthetic turf. Are you?
When we applied, we decided to share our full vision of our full master plan at that time. What we were proposing at that time was 3 fields. And 2 of those would become synthetic, and the other would be still that main grass field that we've shown. So what we did is we took a step back from that larger development. And this is sort of, for us, it's a phase 1 of building towards that future, more robust development of additional fields that would then be converted to plastic fields at those 2 locations.
Okay, Autumn, do you see this as a problem? Anything they need to check or? Okay, good. I looked at that and started to worry. All right, I've got a few things. You talked about the garage storage being used for storage. Is there going to be any connection to the rest of the property, or is that only going to be by the road?
Pedestrian connection, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, not at this time. You know, as we look at further development, we've certainly talked about, again, you know, mitigating this within, you know, site law, because we would be into site law at that point. You know, talking about potential nature pass through the project, through the development, but nothing at this time, no.
Okay, if you're going to you're thinking eventually about using it as overflow parking, and which of course you would come back to us for, you might want to show it on the plans as potential, in the future potential.
We had that very discussion.
We did, and I just want to touch in here. We talked about making it a potential overflow parking. And the concern was that if it's a real overflow parking area to be used all the time, it has to be on an improved surface. You all may remember we had this come up. So the town actually has a temporary overflow event parking ordinance now that they could use, it goes through staff and town council. it's up to 30 times per year, but they get to do that. You wouldn't see it again, but that's how we would handle it with them through that review. So they can maintain it in its current state. So it wouldn't have to be impervious.
But it would still need access to the trail, correct?
They would have to show pedestrian access. That's part of that permit.
So you would have to show where the pedestrian access would be.
And that's, and I've, sorry, when you asked, you were talking more specifically from the other direction. When we reviewed this with staff a couple weeks ago, public safety had asked about using that potential overflow area for ambulance service to the practice field. And they also asked about a pathway leading down to it. So we would provide that path for them to get down to it.
Okay, so we can see that on the plans?
That would be part of a final update, yeah.
Okay. The trail that leads to the practice pitch, we talked last time about the safety lighting along there, and I think I suggested you use bollards. And I see that instead there are 14-foot poles. I would urge you to reconsider that. As Dr. Perlett pointed out, this is a very sensitive area. And in the spring, a lot of critters are trying to cross different areas of that property through the wetlands. Large lighting creates a barrier for them. It really, they will shy away from it. The salamanders, the turtles, raccoons, everybody, all of the others. So to the extent that the lighting there is lower and is easier and certainly can be turned off and is turned off, and is sensitive to the needs of the wildlife walking through, as well as creating safety for the pedestrians going down that trail. I think bollards are a much better way to provide that sort of common ground between the safety and the passage of wildlife. The 14-foot poles, I don't think so.
We can certainly look at that and work to make a change there. We're looking to provide adequate light levels, obviously, for when it's in use. But going back to the earlier statement about not paying electric bills when we don't have to, it would be our intent not to have those lights on beyond the time that we're using the field as well. If we're not using the practice facility, why have the walkway lights on? Would be our attitude as well. So
Yeah, thank you. So just be sensitive to the wildlife there. I think that's, oh, you talked about having a fence to provide a cutoff for the lighting at the pitch. What type?
solid.
Could you speak louder?
I was being a little snarky, solid, because we're looking to cut down the light. I don't know that we'd really talked about what that material would be, but it would probably be, either a wood or a PVC type material that can handle the height that we're looking at. So,
All right, that's something that you need to work with the planning department to make sure it's acceptable. I think that's about all I have. I want to reiterate my thanks, my colleagues' thanks to the folks who came and supported this project. It's very good to hear that. And our thanks to you for what you want to bring to Scarborough, and your willingness to work with the planning department and the planning board, and the neighbors and the whole community. So I think you're a real plus for this community, and I'm hoping we're going to be welcoming you to Scarborough. And if you do have folks coming in from overseas for a game, I have a couple of spare bedrooms if you need to put up somebody overnight.
Be careful what you state on the record.
On the record now.
I put up campaign staff for 6 months until they vote for my house, but I'm happy to do that.
Thank you.
And we live relatively close there. Any more comments?
Madam Chair, can I ask?
Sure.
Can I ask you can we pull up the the drawing with, on the screen? Is that possible?
I will need special privileges again, I think. Gotta get out of the presentation one, sorry.
On page 5 of your site plan?
Page of the presentation or of a different document?
This is the sketch plan final presentation that I'm looking at.
Sketch plan, final presentation. So that would have been our last presentation, not this one. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to, I want to get to the right
Yeah.
drawing that you're looking at. It wasn't something we presented tonight?
It's, I mean, it's more topographical than what you presented.
Okay.
Yeah, right. I think so.
So I can certainly jump back to.
Yeah, that's it right there.
Okay, the topo, yeah, so
Great. So if you could just zoom into that, please, and looking at particularly the buffer that's around the large vernal pool.
Brian here. Is that,
Yeah, if you can go closer, just to facilitate conversation, it'd be great. Thank you.
oh, there we go.
Yeah, okay, that's cool right there. So I realize I'm a lone wolf here, but I need to press this nonetheless. Looking at this plan, if you could please explain on the north side of the field, the lower field, there's what I'm guessing, assuming those are bleachers that cross into the 250-foot buffer, is that correct?
No, that's just grading, showing the slope down. So that's just all natural grading that's going to step down from a series of retaining walls, smaller height retaining walls that Jody was alluding to earlier.
Yeah.
So we're going to slope down, hit a retaining wall, drop a distance, then hit another down slope that's going to slope again down naturally into that area. There's no end goal line seating area or anything like that. The only seating is up by where the clubhouse is.
Okay. And likewise, along the path, how high is that path? How elevated is it?
We run through a natural depression there, so we're trying to keep it up. 55 feet and 50 feet.
Yeah, I don't know off the top of my head, but basically we were trying to keep it ADA accessible, that whole trail from the clubhouse down. So that kind of dictated what our grades were going around those corners. Going around up to the practice.
Yeah, understood. And of course, that totally makes sense. I'm just looking at this, really trying to think about ways to decrease your buffer, and without knowing the elevations, and it just, so the effect of this, just so you understand, the effect of this is going to be that all of the wetlands that are on the east side are now going to be cut off and serve no function with the significant vernal pool on the west side. That's going to be the non-intended effect of it for the function of the wetlands. Okay.
There is drainage that goes across. There are culverts connecting those. We wanted to maintain, it's not completely open, but there is access going across there, if that helps.
Sure, yeah, and I mean, I understand that from an engineering perspective, and that's,
Can I ask then, just to lead off
Yeah.
you for a minute? So you're talking about the culvert crossings. Is it possible to make those kind of habitat corridors to go under that trail and make those open bottoms so that a critter wouldn't know they're in a culvert, those type of things?
We could potentially look at it and see if we can keep that open. If I remember correctly, one of them is in a retaining wall, so we just have to make sure that that wouldn't undermine the wall and the footings there.
Yeah. So it seems like there's some potential to kind of do that. And then also maybe providing that alternative analysis you referred to. I know DEP provides their input, but they are at a, it doesn't necessarily mean at a local level, we can't have a higher standard to look at. And so it'd be helpful maybe for the planning board to see that alternative analysis, see where
It
they
should
fit
be
their-
in the package.
Okay.
Yeah, it should be in there under the tier 2 application. That was one of the exhibits.
Were you looking for more than that, Noah, or did you look?
I'm just looking to have a conversation that is supportive. I mean, I think the project's great. I'm not trying to torpedo the project. Please don't misunderstand what I'm saying. And I'm not trying to beat it a drum, but this is important and we are stewards of this and we hear from constituents all the time about the impact of development on natural resources in Scarborough. And this feels like an example where we as a planning board can take a second, focus, and have a conversation on how to achieve what you're trying to do, but stay out of these wetlands.
And we totally understand, and we're not being insensitive, but we've honestly been working on this for a couple of years and looking at all these things and going back and forth and trying to, you know, make the critters happy and make it that what they want to do works, and also have it ADA accessible and safe for children. Like, we've gone through all of these, and, you know, we can look at doing the open bottom culvert. We'll have to talk to Geotech and just make sure that that's gonna work with the foundations for the retaining wall. But, you know, we do have the critters in mind, so.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other? Nope, hearing none, I have a motion. I move to approve the project titled Scarborough Athletic Fields proposed by Portland Rugby Club as depicted in plan sets prepared by James W. Sewell Company dated 1/19/24 with the following findings and conditions. Findings. Sorry, there was a important word missing here. The project will involve construction of 2 athletic fields, a clubhouse, walkways, and associated parking at 122 and 140 Two Rod Road. The planning board finds the project meets the requirements of the site plan review and zoning ordinances with the conditions. Conditions: 1, prior to the issuance of a building permit, the applicant shall A, pay impact fees totaling $31,078.44. Payne Road, Zone 1, $896.58. Payne Road, Zone 2, $2,046.94. Payne Road, Zone 3, $3,992.40. Payne Road, Zone 5, $1,024.52. Oak Hill, $1,510. Dunstan Corner, $19,628. Higas Parkway at Route 1, $1,980. 2, prior to the start of construction, the applicant shall A, address comments in the staff memo dated 2/20/24. B, address comments in the Haley Ward memo dated 1/25/24. C, address comments in the Barton and Lo Judice memo dated 2/3/24. D, provide the final full plan set to the planning department. This shall include all site and civil plans, landscape plans, lighting plans, and architectural renderings and elevations. E, execute and record a stormwater maintenance agreement with the town. The form of the stormwater maintenance agreement is located in Appendix 1 of the Town of Scarborough, Chapter 419, Post-Construction Stormwater Infrastructure Management Ordinance. F, pay the Chapter 419 Stormwater Maintenance Agreement and Reporting Fee, total $750. G, schedule a pre-construction meeting via the planning department. The meeting shall include appropriate town staff, the developer, and their site contractor, and is to be is to be coordinated through the planning department. All plan modifications are to be completed prior to scheduling the pre-construction meeting. H, address planning board comments discussed at the 2024 meeting. This includes 1, update site plan to show pedestrian access from the overflow parking area to the walkway system. 2, update the lighting plan per the discussion with the board. 3, provide fencing detail behind main pitch and update site plan accordingly. 4, provide open bottom culvert to maintain wetland and natural habitat connection. This shall be reviewed by the planning department. 3, prior to issuance of a certificate of occupancy or completion, the applicant shall A, submit evidence in the form of a letter of plan prepared and stamped by a professional engineer who either prepared the post-construction stormwater management plan and its associated facilities or supervise the plan and its facilities, construction, and implementation. The letter or plan shall certify that the stormwater management facilities have been installed in accordance with the approved post-construction stormwater management plan and that they will function as intended by said plan. B, request an inspection by the planning department to ensure compliance with this planning board approval. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Roger Beely. Yes,
As for a point of clarity for the lighting plan,
yes.
so the staff comments have a comment about the lighting level at residential property lines. And I apologize, I stepped out while they were having the lighting conversation. At what level are you all comfortable with them being? The ordinance requires 0.05 foot candles at residential property boundaries, but you can exceed that with your approval, but staff would request some guidance on how far we are to go.
And I will request that my experts on lighting down there explain that question to me.
Yeah, just give me one moment to pull
So
that back up, right?
They have 3.5 foot candles at the property line and 0.1 at 177 feet. I know that from what Matthew shared with us, they are getting better and better, but I just want to have that level of comfort with what you all would be satisfied with.
Understand. I'm fine with, I just closed it. I'm fine with, is it 0.5 at the property line? No, it's point,
Yes. Shall not exceed 0.05.
yeah.
0.05.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you. Because of the nature of how the sports lighting is in this kind of area, there's gonna be some small measure of overlapping and bleed off there. If there isn't any complaint from the neighbors, I don't have an issue with it based on the photometrics they provided. If they're still working towards some detail of, I think you work with is the lighting system. Tech Line Sports Lighting. They could work to try to either angle the fixtures in the field just a little bit better by even a few degrees. That would have a great impact on those exterior and extreme points where they're measuring field candles at the property line.
The banking of the lights, what do you got, 3 rows?
It says several rows there, yeah.
Well, for each one, and then you cite each of the fixtures. And those last ones, we probably, I mean, it's trial and error when you get it up there, and you gotta take your readings once they're up.
But you're generally comfortable with the photometrics plan as submitted?
That is correct,
am.
yes, I
Okay.
am.
Okay, that's what I needed. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
All right.
Are we ready for a vote? Or is there anything else that's unclear? Anything unclear to the applicant? Doreen, please call the roll.
James Hebert,
Yes.
Rick Montague,
Yes.
Roger Beely,
Yes.
Rachel Hendrickson.
Yes.
And Noah Perla.
Abstain.
I'm sorry. You really can't abstain. It's
Okay,
yes or
then
no.
I'll vote no.
All right, thank you. The project passes. Congratulations. Look forward to having you in Scarborough. We are now going to take a 5-minute break, 5 minutes starting. I use that clock over there. That didn't work because the red light is not on. There we go. We are back in session. Next item on the agenda. Crossroads Holding LLC requests review of a site plan amendment to a previously approved multifamily development on Downs Road. The amendment consists of adding 7 structured carports and conversion of 30 parallel parking spaces to 30 perpendicular spaces. The project is located at the intersection of Downs Road and Cross Street, Assessors Map US 56 Lot 6. Eric?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Crossroads is proposing to construct 7 structured carports, some of which will be in spaces that were previously proposed to be built, others that were previously shown to be future parking spaces and not built. The project also includes restriping along what's now known as Arcade Way east of the site, as Rachel mentioned, having going from parallel spaces to perpendicular. Staff has reviewed the project and has minimal concerns, primarily around fire safety and relocation of some of the public amenities. With that in mind, a draft motion has been provided for the board's consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. And for the applicant?
Good evening. My name is Peter Heil with Acorn Engineering. I'm excited to be back in front of you tonight to share a proposed amendment. I won't go on too long, relatively simple, and Eric kind of give the quick overview, but to pull up the plan to show you where we're proposing the modifications. Previously, Arcade Way had parallel parking on both sides of the street. Due to some of the layout and having to shift the drive slightly to Plan North or geographical east, we turn the spaces perpendicular. We're also proposing 7 new carport structures, each within or each structure contains 8 parking spaces, so a total of 56 would be covered parking. They're shown in these yellow boxes in the parking area. Also some minor modifications to the landscaping areas, open space areas, amenity space, as outlined on in between buildings and on the rear. With the new layout, we've also updated our utility design accordingly. And based on load requirements, we have also added 1 additional transformer in this location. Previously, there was just 1 to serve both buildings, but we would need a second one. So with that, I will turn it back over to the board. Thank you.
Thank you. This item is available for public comment. Is there any member of the public in the room who would like to make a comment? No, there is not. Is there anyone online? Nobody online at all, or nobody wants to make a comment? Okay. All right, thank you. Public comment is over. I am going to turn this over to the board in no particular order. Who would like to go first?
I just have one question.
Go ahead, Rick.
Just for my own purposes, will these carports be built so that they could have solar put on them if they down the road?
I believe that it's being looked at. I don't have an exact answer of whether or not it will be built. I know that was a discussion. I know the buildings are being evaluated to potentially put solar on top of the buildings. But I don't have an answer, but I'm certainly happy to follow.
Yeah, just as a matter of point, it'd be nice to make sure that they could structurally support PV on top.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm certainly happy to get back to you or.
Yeah, let staff know.
Yep. Sounds good.
Never know, a community service project might have solar.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's all.
All right, thank you. Who's next? Oh, Ben, you look like Ben looked excited to go next.
I just have a quick question about the EV parking. I know this has been approved before. There's some additional spaces here. Are they going to be meeting the EV ordinance on those extra spaces that you're adding because of their future parking spaces? Has it already been covered?
Yeah, so there's a net 0 parking spaces, so before the EV was still counted, so same number of EV parking spaces, but short answer, yes, we are meeting the town ordinance and.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, it seems pretty straightforward to me, so I don't have a whole lot of extra to
Thank
add.
you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, James.
Just one note on fixture types, A3, A4, and B5, you have them noted with 70 CRI, but the 80 CRI option is available. Just make sure we change those
Yeah, absolutely.
to match the current, and probably check the rest of your fixtures as well, to make sure that there's an 80 CRI option is with the 3000 Kelvin color temperature.
Sounds good.
Thank you. That's my, last one is, the fixture EM, this is the, it's like an emergency fixture. Can you tell me where this one's going to go? I couldn't find it on the,
Yeah,
on the plan.
I don't have the lighting plan in the presentation, but I'm pretty sure it's above the mechanical room, on both sides of the building.
And are those going to be on all the time?
I don't believe so. I know we've added additional notes to the plan, for all lighting to be on timers.
Okay. The, I know it's an emergency LED sconce. I just confirm that it's going to be used in times of emergency only. Because the color temperature of this one is 6300. That's a cool white. That's sort of that blue tinge. If it's going to be used in an emergency situation, I'm fine with it, but I don't want to see this fixture just sort of on with all the other fixtures there. I mean, that's a huge eyesore. We don't want to have that.
Sure, we can certainly add a note.
Yeah, again, if it's emergency only in certain circumstances where it's uncommon because there is an emergency, I'm fine with that.
Yep. Yeah, I believe that's the intent.
Cool, thank you.
Yep.
Maybe just confirm.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks. Fixture type EM, it's page 93 of the lighting fixture cut sheets.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Hey, just one-
Noah?
Sorry, just one super minor comment. You have maidenhair on here, maidenhair and tree in your planting schedule. That's from Asia. If you could please just replace that with a native tree on the tree list. That'd be
Sure,
great.
yeah, we'll work with our landscape architect to replace that.
All right, the only comment that I have in addition is the noted that all grills must be located at least 10 feet from the building, from the fire department, but also when we've seen fire features and grills in the past, and that includes with these buildings, we've requested that there be clarity around the fact that the gas is shut off. And how does it get turned on? How does it get shut off? When the grill or the fire feature was in a place that was somewhat sheltered by a fence, there's less of a worry about public looking in and saying, oh, look, I can make that burn.
Mhm.
But now with the grills in the front, they are basically in an area that could be construed as a public space. So if you don't want folks just dropping by to grill their hamburgers, you are going to need some sort of a plan and manual, if you will, instruction sheet for how to turn them on and how to turn them off, and that they must be turned off if somebody is not there.
Yeah, I know, the current plan is to have them on timers, so they would be shut off after a certain amount of time of not being used.
I'm not sure that's safe. In other words, if nobody's there, they can still be on, they can be turned on.
Well, the property management company will ultimately manage, all amenity spaces.
So they're gonna have somebody standing there, if if the gas is on in those grills and there's nobody standing there, then it's possible the kids will come and play. Strangers will come and decide, well, look at this is really nice, I can warm my hands. So to me, it needs to be, the gas needs to be turned off if there is nobody there.
Sure, yeah, I mean, agree. other than, like you say, someone standing there managing at 24 hours a day. Ultimately, property management would be responsible for ensuring that the gas is turned off after use. Additionally, the timers do provide a backup to turn the gas off in the event that the responsible parties
Forget.
forget. So that timer is a fail-safe mechanism to turn the gas off.
Okay, I would suggest that you have hand each tenant that comes in, or have the property managers hand each tenant that comes in a frequently asked question sheet about the grills, about reserving them, about using them, about turning on the gas and turning off the gas.
Yeah, that's a great comment. We'll certainly pass it along.
Thank you. I have no further questions. It's pretty straightforward to me. Any further questions? Concerns? Nope. Then we have a draft motion. If I can find it in the pile. Here we go. I move to approve the project titled Multifamily Development proposed by Crossroads Holdings LLC as depicted in plan sets provided by Acorn Engineering dated 1/18/24 with the following findings and conditions. Findings: the project amends the approved site plan to add 7 structured carports for additional parking, as well as changing the parking along Arcade Way from parallel to perpendicular spaces. The planning board has reviewed the application and supporting documentation and finds that the proposed design of the site plan adequately addresses the site plan review and zoning ordinance with the following waivers and conditions. Waivers: 1, site plan review ordinance, section 4D2, to reduce the minimum drive aisle from 25 to 24 feet for perpendicular parking space areas. 2, site plan review ordinance, section 4C1, to increase the maximum residential driveway width along Downs roads from 24 feet to 25 feet. Conditions: 1, all conditions from the June 26, 2023 site plan approval shall remain in effect. Address comments in the staff memo dated 2/2024. Address planning board comments as discussed in the 2024 meeting, including A, potential for solar on the carports, B, update photometric plan to 80 CRI and 3000 K fixtures, and clarify fixture EM will only be used in emergencies. C, update landscape plan as discussed. D, provide safety instructions and procedures to ensure safe operation of all propane amenities. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by James Hebert. Doreen, call the roll, please.
James Hebert,
Yes.
Rick Montague,
Yes.
Roger Bailey,
Yes.
Rachel Hendrickson.
Yes.
And Noah Phillips.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Item 4.06, None Such Development LLC is proposing the 5th amended Mitchell Hill Heights subdivision. The amendment is specific to lot 72 of the subdivision at 14 Martell Way to remove a trail and drainage easement, which will be relocated. The property is further identified as Assessors Map R9, Lot 672. Eric?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this one's fairly straightforward. Mr. Lyden has worked with the planning department on the 5th amendment to the Martell Way subdivision, essentially relocating a drainage and trail easement. The applicant's proposing to locate those outside of the subdivision, just on the western side of lot 72 on private property. Staff recommends the board approve the project or the amendment with a condition that those formal easements from the abutting property owner be provided prior to the release of the signed subdivision plan. And also provision of some items of clarity showing the relocated easements, excuse me. With that, I would turn it back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And for the applicant?
Hi, good evening. My name is Matthew Orr. I'm a civil engineer with Sebago Technics. I'm here on behalf of None Such Development LLC. As Eric mentioned, this project is looking to relocate two easements that were located on lot 72 of the Martel Way subdivision, which is also encompassed by the Mitchell Hill Heights subdivision, which we were last in front of you all in January of 2023. The changes that are being made will be relocating a drainage access easement as well as a public use trail easement to the land of the Wallace W. Fengler Trust. This land is located to the north of lot 72, and we've prepared this kind of rendering, as you can see on the screen, just to kind of show the areas that were changed from what you all saw last January to what we are proposing this evening. Overall, there's no changes to net residential development within the subdivision. There'll be no impacts as far as creation of further lots or impervious surfaces. No changes to the drainage paths. Everything's going to be in accordance with the approved site location of development DEP permit amendments that took place last year as well. And there's no changes to site features which have been installed to this point. The biggest takeaway for this is just to achieve a larger building envelope on lot 72 itself, and also relocate some of those public access means off of the lot, just to provide a better sense of, distance and separation for that homeowner once they occupy that parcel. At this time, I'll turn it over to you all for any comments.
Thank you. This item is available for public comment. Is there any member of the public in the room that would like to make a comment? Is there any member of the public online? In that case, public comment period is over, and I turn this over to the board in no particular order. Questions? No questions? I have no questions either. This must be something wrong. However, I do have a draft motion. I move to approve the project titled Martel Way subdivision proposed by None Such Development LLC as depicted in plan sets prepared by Sebago Technics dated 1/22/24 with the following findings and conditions. Findings: the amendment constitutes the Fifth Amendment subdivision of Mitchell Hill Heights. This includes removal of a trail and drainage easement from lot 72 of the subdivision, which will be relocated across the lot 72 boundary outside of the subdivision. The planning board finds the project meets the requirements of the subdivision and zoning ordinances with the following waivers and conditions. Waivers: 1, sections 8(1)(4)(g) of the zoning ordinance to waive standards of the street acceptance ordinance. Conditions: 1, all conditions from the January 9th, 2023 approval of the Fourth Amendment subdivision shall apply. 2, prior to the release of the signed subdivision plan for recording, the applicant shall A, update plan sets as discussed in the 2024 staff memo. B, provide the formal recorded drainage and trail easements to the town relocated from lot 72 to Mr. Fengler's property. C, update the plan sets as discussed at the 2024 planning board meeting. This shall be reviewed by the planning department. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Mr. Hebert. Doreen, please call the roll.
James Hebert,
Yes.
Rick Munching.
Yes.
Roger Bailey.
Yes.
Rachel Henriksen.
Yes.
And Noah Phillips.
Yes.
Thank you. That was fast. The project is passed. Item 4.08, Dunstan's Properties LLC requests amendment of the approved master plan of Dunstan Village. The amendment consists of eliminating a drive-through lane, addition of a parking area, and updating the height of Building D at 2 Stewart Drive, Assessors Map U30, Lot 1601. Eric?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this comes to the planning board to amend the existing master plan. The changes involve, as was mentioned, removal of a drive-through, updating the height of Building D, and addition of a parking area. This is intended to facilitate site plan review for the board's next agenda item for a smoothie bar and office at 2 Stewart Drive. With that, I turn it back to you.
Thank you. And for the applicant?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Sean Frank. I'm a civil engineer with Sebago Technics. With me tonight is Elliot Chamberlain of Dunstan Properties LLC. I'm not real good with the computers in terms of the public hearing, so if I can, I'm going to go a little old school with the boards. Can everyone hear me all right? Good.
Yes.
This is the originally approved master plan from 2016. Just to get everyone oriented, Route 1 here, Stewart Drive is going down into the proposed development and connecting back into the residential development of Dunstan Crossing. A lot of this development has occurred, all the residential areas on the right side coming into the facility. Building G has been constructed. Building A is now the tap and table. Building B is the small hair salon, and I think maybe a little real estate office. Building D is the one we're talking about tonight. We originally had this proposed as a drive-through office area, 2-story building. Working through the second TMP with DOT, and I think you'll see that as one of the comments from Bill Bray as well, was the fact that they wanted 150 feet or 125 feet, excuse me, of clear space coming in off from Route 1 down Stewart Drive. So basically eliminating that proposed driveway that would connect back in for the drive-through. So basically the drive-through option is no longer allowed. The applicant has obviously been working for potential tenants. What we have now is a 1,500 square foot smoothie bar, which we think would fit in well with the neighborhood for pedestrian access in terms of serving the neighborhood, as well as the remaining Dunstan Crossing. With that, the drive-through, which was originally proposed, is now been proposed to be basically just an 18-lot parking lot. And the idea is the parking is just, as some of these businesses have grown, specifically the Tap and Table and some of these others, we're just concerned about the amount of parking out there. So that's why we are proposing those additional spaces associated with that. The building height, I think, was the big issue left from a staff standpoint. Which talking with the architect, it's basically 24 feet 4 inches from finished floor to the eave, which we understood had to be greater than 20 feet. So I think from a height standpoint, it works out well. Our next presentation to you folks will be in association with the site plan with this, but I think the whole point of this was basically to change in the master plan, if you will, from the 2-story building with drive-through to the single-story building with the parking area. With that, Madam Chair, I conclude my presentation now.
Thank you. This item is available for public comment. Is there any member of the public in the room who would like to make a comment? Any member of the public online? Thank you. In that case, public hearing is closed, and I throw this open to the board in no particular order. Yeah.
I just have a quick question about, you didn't really mention it, but the proposed building C is being moved closer to the property line. Is that correct? Based on where it was in the original master plan? Just how it looks to me, at least, and make space for that parking lot.
That's maybe a good point. I don't know if I'd realize that when we added the parking lot, we did wind up shifting that over just a little bit, but it does look like we did slide that building a little bit over, close to the property line.
I know this isn't the site review for building C, but make sure that's gonna work with your ground and everything there.
No, and I appreciate that, and please understand that building C, as we're showing it right now, is basically a placeholder. Obviously,
yes.
until we come up with a specific piece to associate with that. But that is a good point, and I appreciate you pointing that out.
Okay, that's really all I had. It just wasn't mentioned in any of the discussion materials. So thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Go ahead, Noah.
Can you just tell us in the original site plan compared to that, there's sidewalks that are shown pretty clearly along Route 1 and then coming up in front of that building that you're proposing building. Yeah, but
The Route 1 sidewalk has in fact been constructed by the town at this point in time. Part of our development was, obviously, we didn't construct this portion of the sidewalk, depending on what was going on here. So this portion of the sidewalk will now be constructed.
Okay.
We will have the sidewalk going down through here, the sidewalk again coming back up through here. And we will have pedestrian access back to the building, working around the landscape, and then certainly we'll work that out with staff to connect the Route 1 sidewalk directly.
great, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. No other comments? I have no comments. I do have a draft motion. I move to approve the project titled Dunstan Village Master Plan proposed by Dunstan Properties LLC. The project is depicted in plan sets prepared by Sebago Technics dated 1/25/24. Findings: the application amends the existing master plan and narrative in the area of 2 Stewart Drive. The amendment consists of changing the height to 1 story and reducing footprint of building to 1 story, eliminating the drive-through lane and addition of a parking area behind the building. The planning board finds the project meets the requirements of the site plan review and zoning ordinances. Conditions: 1, address planning board comments addressed in the 2/20/24 meeting. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Rick Meinking. Doreen, you please call the roll.
James Hebert,
Yes.
Rick Monking,
Yes.
Roger Bailey,
Yes.
Rachel Henriksen.
Yes,
And Noah Perlet.
Yes.
thank you.
Thank you very much.
This part passes. The next item on the agenda is 4.09 Dunstan Properties LLC requests site plan review for a smoothie bar and office space at 2 Stewart Drive. The project would include construction of a 4,228 square foot structure and an 18-space parking area at the rear of the building. The property is further identified as Assessor's Map U30, Lot 1601. Eric?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So pursuant to the previous vote on the Dunstan Village Master Plan, the applicant is now seeking site plan review for the smoothie bar and office space at 2 Stewart Drive. Staff's provided comments related to the lighting and parking lot design for the projects, as well as access and required height of the building, which the applicant has confirmed has been met. With that, I would turn it back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And for the applicant?
Again, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Sean Frank with Sebago Technics. Again, with me is Elliot Chamberlain, the applicant. We do appreciate staff's time in terms of meeting with everybody the other day to kind of go through a lot of these comments. As again, we confirmed that the building height, in fact, will be over 20 feet. The driveways, we have a 22-foot drive that actually comes into the parking lot. That was in keeping with the master plan, if you will. But in coordination with staff, we will widen out the aisle space between down between the parking spaces right here to 24 feet to make sure we have adequate space to get in and out. In terms of the EV ready and the EV capable, we'll be sure to have those number of spaces designated on the site plan. Again, the dead end parking, we did discuss with staff in terms of the 18 spaces. We certainly we're not big fans of the dead end parking anyway, but I think it does specifically work in this particular area. The pedestrian amenities, as we talked about, was the sidewalk connections, and we will make that additional sidewalk connection from Route 1, and we will add a bike rack to the front of the building. Landscaping, they had talked about the elm tree, which certainly we will replace. I think they were discussing maybe perhaps some additional landscaping between the building and Route 1. And certainly we appreciate your comments on that. Obviously, we were trying to keep it in common with the overall landscaping plan for the village so that we could still see the buildings, but still provide acceptable landscaping. In terms of lighting, which I know, I hope there's not a lot of questions because that's not my bailiwick, but we did have Swaney Lighting involved with this. They did the initial design with the photometrics. We did obtain the updates for the town requirements. We forwarded that back to Steve Weatherby at Swaney, and he has adjusted his photometrics accordingly, which we will provide to staff. Architectural and signage will be no issue. Outdoor storage, we were talking about a potential dumpster, and we would like to discuss with the board, perhaps. We're just kind of looking throughout the area in terms of potential spot. We really don't want to put it there, but we think that's probably going to be the best spot. Put a decorative fence behind it, with it perhaps, and kind of utilize this landscaping to provide a good buffer and perhaps even enhance that somewhat, just to allow obviously the truck to get in and pick that up and to go out. But that's about the only spot we could really come up with that seemed to work out well for a proposed dumpster. But again, certainly appreciate any comments back from the board in association with that. In regards to the traffic review, the design plans associated with the offsite improvements have been completed, have been supplied to DOT for their initial review. The intent hopefully is to get that work done this construction season. And in terms of the engineering review comments, the engineer was as part of the staff review, and we discussed their comments and certainly have no issues in terms of addressing those. In terms of the building itself, I did ask Elliot if he wouldn't mind just making a few comments regarding the building design and the layout as it relates to the site.
Good evening. Elliot Chamberlain, part owner of Dunson Properties. You can see the building in front of you. Obviously, one of the things you'll notice is we really have this potential of 3 units in this building. The section of the building closest to Route 1 has an entrance facing the new 18-lot parking lot, and also a second entrance, or more of a patio area, if you will, but you can enter the building from that section on the Route 1 side. The middle unit and the end unit potentially could be 2 separate units, or depending on who comes along, that may be just one tenant. They have an entrance on the parking lot side, and then another entrance towards what I'll call the rear of the building on the opposite end of Route 1. Because of the parking and the existing parking at the back of the building, this was a little bit of a unique setup where you don't have an entrance on the Stewart Road side. And if you'll notice, there's only, I believe, 3 spots on Stewart Road itself, the angled parking. So very limited parking in that area. And to feed people around the building, or to have 2 separate entrances in such a small space just doesn't work very well with the internal layout of the building and efficiency. So this is one time where the entrances and exits where they're located work best for this building, for this location, with the parking that we do have. As Sean said, we're above the requirement for the 20 feet. You'll see it's a combination of an all-white building with some wood accents, all slab on slab. The landscaping he talked about. Besides that, a fairly simple structure. The smoothie bar is again on the Route 1 end of the building. Currently, we don't have tenants for the middle or the opposite end of the building at this time.
So with that, Madam Chair, we conclude our presentation, but again, we certainly happy to answer any questions that the board has. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. This item is available for public comment. I will ask if there is anybody in the room that would like to comment. I see heads shaking no, and we have no one online. Is that correct? In that case, public hearing period is over, and I turn this over to the board. Let's start down with James.
So I do not have any lighting comments at all. I'll note that the applicant has provided the correct specification for these light fixtures that are also some of the same light fixtures that I noted on some of the previous applications tonight that weren't correct, so thank you. One quick question I have, just with regard to the site lights themselves in the parking lot, they all have concrete bases, they're sitting on a concrete base?
Yes, they are.
How high is that concrete base up off the ground? Are we talking like 6 inches or?
It's bigger than that, James.
We're typically actually in that 6 to 9 inch that you would see. We don't like to see in the village. We don't want this to be like say the main mall parking lot where the
Yeah.
cement bases are sticking 4 feet out of the ground. We're in that 6 to 9 inch range.
Okay.
That you would see of the concrete base.
I guess with your historical knowledge of the parking lot that's already been there for a couple of years already, have you had any instances or issues with, I'm just thinking of like a snow plow taking one of these out? Has the 9-inch base been sufficient enough to stop?
No, most of them are in either landscape areas. So you want them up a little bit so the mowers aren't hitting the light itself, but we've had zero issues. What we have found when you get into what I'll call a tighter site, this village type site, is a lot of the plowing is done either with smaller vehicles or snow blowers, skid steers. It's not done with larger trucks with plows pushing snow around. So typically we're more blowing the snow and we can place it a lot better and we're not running into those problems in a site like this.
Great. Good enough for me. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Rick.
Yeah, it looks like, according to staff comments, driveway, the ordinance says 26 to 30 feet in width, and you're currently showing 22. So I think there needs to be a waiver put in for that. Also on the drive aisles where it requires 25 and you're proposing 22. So I think a waiver needs to go in on that. Do you want to comment on those two? Yeah.
See the overall master plan, you can see this whole aisle width all throughout here. Of course, this extension of this aisle as well is 22. Basically, the design, the master plan approved for the design of the overall village was if no parking, then 22 feet wide, if parking, then 24 foot wide. So my initial design did just have 22 feet because this is actually constructed up to, again, the curb goes across here, but there's a little apron in here. It's 22 feet wide right through there. So we're just going to maintain that, if you will, for the aisle, which maintains it that whole width for the conformity. Once we get past the landscape down, it's actually widen that out. So we do have 24 feet between the parking stalls, which is consistent with the overall village. And again, if that's a specific waiver, then certainly would request something.
All right, so you will submit then the waivers that you need. I think a formal waiver has to be put in. It didn't identify, it just said parking notes. It didn't, normally you have a section where it says waivers on the staff comments. Okay, yep. I'm just trying to be consistent. I'm assuming with a smoothie bar, you don't have is it gonna have cooking? Are you gonna have a cooking hood or anything? So you're gonna have a mushroom cap on the top or anything?
No, this is, I wouldn't even put this in the category of a restaurant, which Sean and I have probably internally argued about that. This is literally making smoothies, coffees, smoothies, teas.
Is there eat-in capabilities or is
Yes.
it all takeout?
No, you'll be able to eat in. I believe, I don't know the exact number of tables, but
20 spaces, though. I think I had to get some too.
But from what we understand, it's roughly about half and half from what, the person moving in here.
Yep.
Her sales are about half eat-in, half takeout.
All right, the main thing was the commercial kitchen and having a mushroom on top. Wanted to make sure if you did have that, we were gonna get it screened so you didn't see it from Route 1 or.
You don't
something
like those?
that. No, I'm not a fan.
Unless you put a solar.
But, you know, this layout is quite impressive and is very conducive to using electric HVAC versus bringing in fossil fuel, if I could add that. I don't really have, of course, in full disclosure, I never thought we'd get through the agenda this far. This is part of that, I
Please-
could have looked a little harder and found the.
Please
floor
do
plan.
not admit anything you will regret later.
Well, I have to be honest. I did not anticipate getting this far and I didn't have time today to catch up with the other tabled.
Well, don't jinx
Could
it
have.
now.
So I apologize, but if anything comes to my mind from that my colleagues spur, I'm not bashful and I will ask a question, but I defer my time to Roger.
All right, Roger, you have whatever is left of Rick's time, if you can figure that out.
I actually don't have that much. I'm glad to see this going in. And I'm glad to see that you seem to be somewhat sensitive to your parking situation in all area there. Because the restaurants are screaming success. And it's getting hard to find a parking spot down and around that area now.
Right, as you know, the Dunstan Tap had to add a few spots and they expanded and they're doing extremely well. And it's become exactly what we all thought it would become, as a local eatery and a local hangout. You know, and now that we're adding businesses, you know, we're obviously it'd be great if we could hand pick all the businesses. So you would have some people that their needs are during the day and some are at night, but you can't always do that. So with the addition of their spots and then the addition of this, I think it's going to take care of what we think are going to be all the needs for the rest of the village.
Now, do you see this as primarily a location where the people who are living there or working there are going to be frequenting this place, or versus people driving up and parking?
If I had to guess, I bet it's probably 65-70% people who work and live in the neighborhood, and then the rest of it as passerbys.
Okay.
Yeah, but they're fairly well known and they have a pretty good following. So I think they're going to do extremely well.
That's all I have.
Thank you. Noah?
Hey, just one comment and one question for you. First, the Paul Forster feathered reedgrass is from China and in India. If you could please replace that with a species that's on the species list, that'd be great.
Absolutely. And that was part of the comments,
was-
and we did get the updated species list, and certainly we'll make sure everything meets that.
This one was not noted. The other one, there was a tree noted.
was a tree
in the
noted,
staff
yes.
code. This is a different
Okay.
plant. Yeah, this is the second one. And then second, I'm just curious, you know, I know that you are not obliged to put in installed EV chargers. I said that, I read the data, but you have to go in and you have to put in conduit. But I'm curious if you are going to actually put in at the time of build an EV charger.
I don't think for the smoothie bar, but since the conversation came up with staff, we started talking internally about possibly adding one when we find somebody for those two other spaces within the building. We just finished an apartment building and we provided two spots there. So we're slowly learning the good and bad, what to do, what not to do, and how to make it so it works best for all people. You know, so with that, now that we're starting to gain a little knowledge in that arena, I think when we find the other two tenants or one other tenant to fill the rest of the building, that's probably when we would put. So we can find out what are their parking needs and then where's the best place to locate that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. And Ben?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the building looks pretty good in terms of a design. And smoothie bar is certainly a welcome addition to the area. You know, they're popular these days. I do kind of want to touch on your point about the dumpster maybe not ideal. What are you going to do when you put in a building C next to it as well? You're going to have to share the same dumpster?
Yes, that would be the intent. That would be that one dumpster to be able to sort of take care of both of those buildings.
Okay. You couldn't find a different spot for the dumpster, such as what we're building 4 or whatever 4 Stewart Drive is instead, and share with the 3 of them, that we don't have to have a truck going all the way down to the end of the lot and back up again? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Is that the intent?
Whatever's right north of building D.
So the only other spot is, I think it was building C, the last building up against the furniture company. On that edge of the property line, there's a steep slope from the curb up to their property. So we would have to do some type of, one, we'd lose 1 or 2 parking spots. 2, we'd have to build a retaining wall, a 3-sided retaining wall to fit the dumpster. And I know we're pushing up against the property line on that area. This is probably, as we're getting to the end, there's no good spot for this last dumpster. But it absolutely will be one where it will be smaller in nature for this building. And then we'll build the pad big enough so that they can just make the dumpster larger. Go from a 2-yard or a 4-yard up to a 6 or an 8-yard. That way we're not adding another one when we do the last building.
Okay. And you don't anticipate needing more parking than you're currently adding once you add the last building in as well, right? Because there's no more space.
There's no more space. Actually, that building C, if we had to, depending on who wanted to go in that building, I would probably just make the building smaller before I looked. We just don't see any other spot to add any more parking on the site.
Understood. Okay, that's all I really had, Madam Chair. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, well, when I looked at it, and I looked at, by the way, I really like the building designs. I think they will fit in there. I think they are well done. But as I looked at it, I started to think, well, where's the front? What is the front of the building? And the front of the building is, as you said, is basically off of the parking space, the parking lot. But the problem is the front of the building for the rest of the commercial buildings along Stewart Drive is actually along Stewart Drive. And instead you have a rear-facing building with what looks to be a staff lounge area, a staff break area, fenced in off of Unit 2 and the smoothie bar, and no way to get to it or actually get away from it because there's of all of the landscaping that you have around there. I'm going to ask you to try a couple of things to create a relationship with Stewart Drive so that this building, along with all of the rest of them, fronts on Stewart Drive. Now, there are various ways I think you can do this. I don't think you would need to change anything about the smoothie bar. I think if you wanted to add more of a window opportunity facing Stewart Drive, where you've got listed, and I'm looking at the floor plan, where it says awning window above, right along that there, create a window feature, a much bigger window feature there, inviting people to look in, so that as they're going along the sidewalk of Stewart Drive, they can they have more ability to look in and see what people are doing in there, see people enjoying. Then, in unit 2, create a door to Stewart Drive, which I think you can do. That then creates a relationship with the street. And unit 1, leave as is. That the window expanse creates the relationship with Stewart Drive. The door exits right there on Perla Drive, I think it is. So that really doesn't need to change. So there's not a giant change, but there is a change enough to say that this building is in harmony with the rest of the commercial buildings along Stewart Drive. I think there are 3 spaces in the street of Stewart Drive. I think it's 3. So people wanting to go into unit 2 can park there and enter on that side. People are going to, people from Tap and Table walk from the back, from the parking spaces around to the front. That's what would happen, and I don't see a problem with it. That's what would happen basically for unit 2 and unit 1. And that allows, that relationship to the street allows the smoothie bar to be where it is, facing into the parking lot. At the same time, with good landscaping, with expansion of the windows, creating a visual on Stewart Drive.
I'm not saying it can't be done, but I'll say it's harder than the way you just explained it.
Well, I know I'm not an architect. It's easy for me to say, well, I'm just going to draw this line right here.
The
and watch this.
employee patio area that's not what it is. That is where heat pumps would be placed. So you'll have some heating equipment. Wow. Guess I didn't like that answer.
I just turned off my mic, so go ahead. Maybe
Okay.
that was it.
Yeah, so that's where we're gonna have mechanical equipment sitting outside, and there really was no other place on this building to really do that. Certainly, we didn't want that at the front entrance or certainly facing Route 1. So that's why you see the fence there. The door was strictly if there was somebody needed to get outside to ever service the equipment. If they were working inside and had to go in and out, you wouldn't have to walk around the building to go in and out of the structure. In the smoothie part of the building, there's very little space. There's a bathroom on that end of the building. If you have the ability to pull the floor plan back up, there's a table, which certainly we could put a window at that end of the building where the table is, but certainly not where the bathroom is. And certainly you want to have some type of, there you go. So you'll see there is a double window at that right there. And then there's a taller window in the bathroom to at least let light in. So you're getting a symmetrical end of that building. If we were to start changing one of those double windows to doors, you'd lose some of the symmetry, not the end of the world. Certainly unit 1 already has that glass structure that certainly accomplishes what we want. So we're hoping to leave it, certainly to have a front door and then not do a sidewalk doesn't make any sense. And then certainly to not have a covered entry to us doesn't make sense. So I think you'd end up with a door that might never even get used. And like I said, in these smaller type spaces, to have 2 doors in the same space becomes extremely difficult to lay out the interior of the space very well at all. So,
Well, yeah, I understand. You have 3 doors at the in the smoothie bar. I noticed, this is kind of a side comment, I noticed the awning window above, which is not with in unit 2, is not connected to the bathroom. I couldn't figure out the purpose of that, frankly.
That was just strictly symmetry, to make it symmetrical with, unit 3, the smoothie bar. It comes in the same distance from the end of the corner, as, the smoothie section.
Yeah, it just seemed, it seemed hidden because it was high.
Yeah, it could, that certainly could be, because it's probably gonna be difficult to see the entire end of that building all at one time. That is certainly one that could be turned into, another double window, a tall single window. So you probably have some flexibility in that spot.
Okay. Let me just ask that you think about some alternatives. The fact that the space in back is for all of the HVAC system fronting on Stewart Drive. Again, it's as though you have the back of the building fronting on the street. And that's not in keeping with the rest of the commercial buildings. And this area is beautiful. I mean, you've done a really good job.
I understand what you're saying about the restaurant, how you do park out back and people do walk all the way around to the front to walk in the building. And remember though, this parking lot's also gonna serve both this building and the future building. So we had to think about that one also. Obviously, this was a little bit of a hurdle for us to come over, but certainly we are more than willing to sit with the architect and see if there's some, I certainly don't want to do something that's not in keeping with the quality appeal of the village, just for the sake of adding something, but we'll see if there's ideas out there that,
Yeah, just simply keep in mind as you're thinking about it, that what you're doing is creating the connection to the street so that people walking by feel as though they have the connection to the building, whether they're looking in the windows, or they see a door going in where they can enter. Again, I don't see a problem per se with the smoothie bar the way it is, with the entrance into the parking lot. If you can perhaps put some more windows, create some more windows there. But there is a way to create the connection to the street by having a door to Stewart in Unit 2. So I appreciate it if you would spend some time, you talk to the architect and think about it.
Yep.
It's a lovely building, it really is, and I think it fits in with what you've got there. And people are used to walking around from the back of a building to get into offices there. And they won't have to do that with the smoothie bar because the door there is right into the parking lot.
Right.
I just ask you to double check the landscaping on the patio outside to make sure, is there going to be a fence around that?
A fence around the patio? No, out front? No.
Okay, just,
It's really just, it's more of a covered porch, if you will. So somebody could grab a drink or a smoothie or whatever they want to buy and sit out on the front porch and then come back into the building, throw their trash away and leave.
yes, and in summer people will go out there.
Oh, yes. No, it'll be a
And have a
popular.
seat. So, yeah. I think, it's a good project, for me, that one problem there.
Yep.
The building a connection to Stewart Drive. It is the building that you see as soon as you come into the site. So the visual appearance of the connection of the site, with the connection with Stewart, I think is very important and very welcoming if it's done right, if that connection is available.
Okay.
And I do not have anything else. Do you have any questions for us?
No, we're fine, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. Again, staff's time, we certainly appreciate that. And you can see they did a very thorough review. So we'll certainly work with them in terms of addressing those review comments.
All right, thank you. We will go on. We made it. 10 minutes to 10, guys.
Do we have a suggested motion? Do we look?
Hmm?
I think we were hoping for an approval.
Do we have a draft?
I have one here if you want, but I don't know if you want to see it again.
I think we want to see it again. Yeah, I want to see it again. Please work with the staff. They will help you out. Next item, 4.11. Dirigo Federal Credit Union requests sketch plan review for a fit up and building addition at 424 Payne Road to establish a credit union and additional tenant space. The project is located at the intersection of Payne Road, Gorham Road, and Roundwood Drive. The parcel is further identified as 424 Payne Road, Assessors Map R38, Lot 1. Eric?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Dirigo Federal Credit Union is in front of the board with a sketch plan for 424 Payne. The project is located at the intersection of Payne, Gorham, and Roundwood Drive. The project was previously approved, or the property was previously approved for a dentist office in 2020. And staff has provided comment to prepare the applicant for the formal site plan review. One item we've worked on with the team has been reversing the direction of the drive-through to provide a bit more queuing space and a bit more of a better view of the potential sort of open space or communal area where parking is currently proposed to be eliminated. The sketch plan would need to be followed by a formal site plan. And with that, I would turn it back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
Good evening. My name is Austin Fagan. I'm here representing Dirigo Federal Credit Union. I am filling in for the project's engineer, Andy Morrill, tonight, so please excuse me while I read from my list of topics. So the proposed project is an existing abandoned building at 424 Roundwood Drive, which we are proposing to turn into a Dirigo Federal Credit Union branch that will also have retail space for other businesses, or excuse me, rental space for other businesses. The project will require a building expansion, parking lot expansion, and construction of a 2-lane drive-through, as Eric had mentioned. No major changes to the site's utility are proposed, and we're currently looking into what level of permitting will be required with the DEP and other federal and state agencies. A few items that were mentioned in the staff comments that we'd like to cover tonight would be for under the section of zoning. Staff mentioned a sidewalk possibly being required along Payne Road. It's my understanding that there is a possible in lieu fee that was talked about with staff with Andy Morrill. And we would look for the board's thoughts on what might be required for this project. Additionally, the staff comments call out a waiver being required for the first entrance that you see on the site plan coming off of Payne Road. The ordinance requires a 125-foot setback from the intersection of Payne Road and Roundwood, and currently there's about 80 feet between that, or for that distance. It was recommended that a waiver be requested, and I would just look for board's opinions on if you think that might be something you could grant. Other than that, the applicant provided a fair amount of building details, elevations, floor plans, things of that nature. I would be happy to discuss anything that the board may think about that, and yeah, happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. This is available for public comment. Is there anyone in the room that would like to comment? Would you like to comment that you think you did a wonderful job? Okay. Thank you. That comment is noted. Is there anyone online? No. In that case, the public comment period is over for this. I turn this over to the board with a reminder that this is a sketch plan. So this is our opportunity to provide them with advice. Who would like to begin? Go ahead, Ben.
I think it looks good, as a start. I definitely look forward to getting that abandoned building, revamped, because it's kind of an eyesore at the moment. I drive by there sometimes, as many people probably do, because it's near the highway. I'm hoping that, people will agree with me that I think an in lieu fee is appropriate for this area, for the sidewalks along Payne Road. However, I would like to see some sort of pedestrian amenities to the rest of the development around in the area, you know, because there's, aside from the Payne Road thing, there's a whole bunch of other stuff behind you guys that people could be walking to or biking to, getting around the area. And so just because you're not building a sidewalk on Payne Road, don't think you shouldn't build a sidewalk or bike racks, otherwise at the site. No, in general, I think it's a good start. The staff comments are can be helpful to you, and working with town staff, they generally get people into a pretty good position. They've worked with the board a lot and tend to know what kinds of things we're looking at. So yeah, that's my general advice at the moment.
Awesome.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Roger?
Yeah, I think this is kind of an interesting, plan you have here. The building is pretty interesting. It's gonna be kind of a signature building in that area.
Absolutely.
I'm trying to recall when this was before the, board before, and I seem to recall we spent a lot of time on the pond and the, vegetation around the pond and.
We spent a lot of time on the pond. We spent a lot of time on the side of the building of along Gorham Road with what people would see. And actually, my advice is to you is to take a look at that prior application, because you'll get a sense of some of the things that we were looking at that may help you figure out what you're going to do in some areas.
Absolutely. Thank you for that.
Yeah, contrary to that prior plan, if I recall, one of the things you were concerned was the plainness of the building along Gorham Road. And when I'm looking at this building, there's not too much plain about it. It looks pretty interesting. But you know, I have nothing further at this point. I'm looking forward to seeing it go further. But I would, like Rachel said, I would, recommend you take a look at what the previous process we went through, because I do recall we spent a lot of time on that pond.
Okay.
Trying to, you know, talk about the vegetation and making it more attractive, because there's vegetation there now that, I don't know, there's probably a lot of stuff that doesn't belong there, and
Probably a bit of overgrowth.
yeah, so.
Awesome. We will definitely take that into consideration.
And we all, one other thing I just thought about, we did talk about the entryways, the entrances to both, you know, and these look like they're reduced, if I'm not mistaken, the existing entrances are quite wide. And these look like, you know, just this sketch plan here. So we talked a lot about that too, reducing the entrances.
Okay.
Access points. I'm all set.
Thank you.
At this point.
All right, thank you. I was trying to think of the things that we talked about the last time.
Yeah, it was the
Rick?
fact that there wasn't a lot of windows on that side, and it sits down from Gorham Road, right?
Right. We asked for, I'm trying to figure out which is the plan that one would see from Gorham Road. Having a little difficulty. It was basically a very big blank side.
Yeah, I think you
And-
recommended a dormer or
And,
something.
and we recommended some visual effects, I guess,
Fake
that would, well, kind of fake, in some cases, I think fake windows maybe, not that we're necessarily recommending them now. But we thought that as traffic piles up and people are sitting on waiting for the light at Gorham Road, that building was just kind of a blank, massive something sitting there.
Okay.
So we tried to work with the designer to see how that could be broken up.
Okay. Absolutely. I will mark that down, and I'll be honest with you. I'm looking for the Gorham Road side too, and
Yeah, I can start with it. You know, so
Is this
in
the
the-
architect?
I'm the designer. I work for, my name is Taylor. I work for the Element Group. We're the owner's rep. So we're representing,
Okay.
Fairgrove Financial Credit Union. We're also the designer of the building. So if you go to page 12 in our Element package, I'm not exactly sure what drawing set you guys have, but we haven't, to be completely frank, looked at that side of the building much yet either. The plan.
And
for
I
those
can't
spaces-
find a page number.
Oh.
Do we count? Yes, thank you.
Right here.
Okay,
Where is it?
that's what I was thinking. All right, this one,
Oh, right here?
this one.
Yeah. Yeah, so as it stands, we haven't done much to that side of the building yet. Most of it's going to be tenant space. We're gonna do it as white box, and then as they come in, we figure out who's going to be the tenant. They'll develop the spaces for themselves. But we can absolutely look at adding some more design elements along that side of the building to make it stand out and be more visually appealing.
So
Thank
that,
you.
we're looking at the addition right here.
The white, yeah, on page 12, I'm not sure what, if, yeah. Yeah, so that right there is along Gorham Road. Gorham Road's up.
Oh, it is, okay, okay, so,
So it's Plan north. Yeah.
okay, so if I recall, one of the things we talked about was putting a dormer or something else to add some.
I think it may be a shed dormer with clerestory windows, something like that. Can't remember and didn't have a chance to look. But it's there. The file is someplace in planning.
We can share that with them. I don't know if a shed roof, another roof element. would
Yeah, I can't
work What they proposed. I'm just gonna put that out there. for you.
Yeah, I can't remember what it was. There was a lot of discussion around that side.
Yeah, there's definitely some potential to add some windows, and even landscaping on that side would go a long way.
But right now, from Gorham Road, if you're driving, because there's quite a steep
It goes
bank.
down.
All you would basically see is the white, in this drawing, the white roof. That's all you'd see, basically, you know?
I'll be honest with you, I drive by that pretty often. I didn't even know this building was there for a long time, so
Well,
it'd be nice to dress it up and
yeah,
get it
yeah.
to be noticeable.
It's interesting.
Do we have other folks who'd like to comment and give them some advice? Noah?
Yeah, just got a lot of big flat roofs here. Love to see you make some use of them with alternative energy.
Yeah, we have actually looked at solar.
Excuse me, if you are going to testify, you need to do it into the mic so it's picked up on Zoom and YouTube for the public.
Absolutely, I'm sorry.
That's-
We have
so-
looked
that's all
into
right.
solar and are discussing with the owner. It's currently just a budget talk right now, but yeah, it's something we've wanted to do on this building. As you know, there's a ton of roof space, so.
Have some.
Go ahead, Jim.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Looking at, and I'm slightly familiar with this building. I do also drive by here. Even something, anything, other, like decorative wall sconce, just a light fixture that's just on the perimeter of the building. That would give you added security as well, because then you could see somebody if they're kind of lurking around back there, but gives us sort of a, looking at like a direct, indirect architectural sconce on the wall at a warm color temperature that just gives it that sort of residential vibe to it. I think that would be appropriate here. And on the future tenant space, you could maybe have just a slated space dedicated on the backside, the Gorham Road facing side, just for whatever logo that they're going to have. Either a logo or their business name or Dirigo's business name on the other portion as well. Just something it is visible from the road when you do drive by, whether you do see it or not. And if you see it at night, then you're definitely going to see it if you see some kind of accent lighting on the building. So yeah, my comments are similar to my colleagues here, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. dress that up for everybody and make sure it's looking good.
Thank you. Anyone? Okay, I understand that you're looking to find a place for a gathering space outside for employees, a break space, or
I believe that's correct, yes.
could you show me where that is? And as I recall, the prior application also contained a break space. So you could take a look at that. We thought it worked.
Okay, yeah, I believe right now, currently it's proposed on the, I believe Roundwood Drive side of the project, sort of near the drive-through. Exactly, thank you.
When you say it, what do you mean? What does it mean?
The employee break space.
Yes, what does it look like?
Okay, no, we will get that on there, absolutely, yeah. I was just talking in terms of location, yeah.
Okay. Very good. There's not a lot of buffering between parts of this building, between this building and the hair salon next to it. I go there and I park and I can see to Payne Road essentially.
Okay.
So buffering between the parking lots there. Is there anything else that we have that would like to recommend to them? Or do you have anything that you have been puzzling about and would like our suggestions on? We're really good with a lot of suggestions.
I love that. Other than, we covered the in lieu fee possibly for a sidewalk and, maybe some direction on if the board thinks that we could keep the first entrance into the property, since it is technically going to require a waiver. It wouldn't be functional for the site to do away with it. So if the board feels that it would be appropriate to keep that within the 125-foot setback from Payne Road, that would be ideal.
I believe that came up before, and I believe we gave the waiver.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
you did.
As long as they narrow the entryway.
As long as you narrow the entryway, yeah.
Okay.
There's a lot of information that you can get from the discussion and from the plans of the prior site. I will say that what you are presenting to us in terms of architecture is, in my opinion, is superior to that. So you can pat yourselves on the back. But we had a lot of discussion and that discussion may help you.
Okay, awesome, thank you.
Madam Chair, I'll be sure to send the staff comments and then meeting minutes from the meetings that project was reviewed at to the applicant team.
Okay, I think that's great. That's good.
Thank you.
Roger, go ahead.
There's a relatively large sign right now at the corner of the lot. You plan to retain a sign, some sort of sign there as well? Okay.
Yeah, and for the record, I believe that's the case, and we can get you some information on signage and design of signage for the next submission.
All right, thank you.
Thanks for your time.
We'll see you again.
Yes, you will. Thank you.
You're talking about that sign?
Yeah, well, it's at the corner. Is that the one that's at the corner?
Well, no, the one at the corner, it's like.
Next item on the agenda, staff report.
there.
Yeah, really nothing too major to report. I think in terms of certificates of occupancy, Avesta at 9 Fairfield at Firehouse Village just had their CO inspection last week. And they'll be getting their CO later this week. So that'll be occupied very shortly here.
I do understand they're already advertising it.
Yep.
This one.
I think that's it.
Yeah.
Nothing? All right, minor development reviews.
None at this time.
Administrative amendment report,
None at this time.
correspondence,
None.
planning board comments.
Just so everyone is aware, I'm going to be serving on the Conservation Committee as the first alternate, and I think the idea is to have more dialogue between Planning Board and Conservation Commission, so that we can work in concert with one another. And so I haven't had a meeting yet. My first meeting is next Wednesday, but I look forward to bringing, our perspective to them and vice versa. So, just wanted to pass that along to everybody.
All right, thank you. More the merrier on that. I mean, the more we talk to each other, the better off. The more the various committees talk to each other, and I really appreciate this committee with this planning board, with all of the other work that you have, the other involvement that you have in town. That brings a very broad and deep perspective to what we do. So thank you to all of you for that. Okay, go ahead.
Went too fast. I wanted to let you all know that the updated landscape plan went to ordinance committee last week, and the revised landscape site plan section includes planting requirements, the planting list, everything. I expect you all will see it at your May meeting for a public hearing. So I just wanted to give you an update for that.
Thank you. And among my comments, sooner or later, probably sooner, the long-range planning committee is going to look at parking.
That'd be great too.
Yeah. No other comments? Do I hear a motion to, oh, by the way, you will all be happy to know if you haven't figured it out, we do not have a meeting on March 4th.
Yeah, I do have a question.
All right, Roger has a question.
I've noticed that, the new place Luna on Route 1
Mhm.
is doing really well.
Delicious sandwiches. I went there
can't
once.
get in
It's really
there.
good.
What's the best time to go, Roger?
I don't know, I've been, but it has overflow parking and everything. And the cones are out there. Did we put the cones out there? Somebody put cones out there.
What's the space next to it? Is it like a play it again sports? Oh, okay. Well, it's good.
I think there were questions, in general about the amount of parking. The question that I had was the building too big for the site? Because that then really cramped the parking. They could get in the minimum requirement. The ZBA, the zoning board of review, gave them permission to build on the foundation of the old building. And so that said, yeah, you can put a building that big there. And so they put a building that big there. And I recall that coming through, and they were really willing to work with us, and we tried to jigger it every way we could in terms of the parking. But the site had a lot of constraints, and as long as they wanted to build on that foundation, it resulted in a lot of problems with parking, which is kind of predictable.
Yeah, I do have another question.
Yep.
The Harborfish Rosemont,
Mhm.
weren't they supposed to be changing the entranceway on Route 1 to curbing?
Yeah, that was already.
They did? Okay, I won't say anything more.
In that case, I entertain a motion to adjourn.
You got it, Madam Chair. So
Thank you. Is there a second? I see Ben, no, Ben can't vote this time.
I'll second.
James has seconded it. All in favor, just say aye. Aye. Thank you very much. We're adjourned.